Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us in a way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Caan, Levi, Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And we can't drive 55. However, we have made it to our 55th episode.
I actually can drive 55, but I usually drive 60. That's usually what it is.
Well, it depends on obviously what the speed limit is, you know. Speaking of someone who's gotten my own share of speeding tickets over the years.
You know all about that.
We actually just watched the video, that Sammy Hagar video. Wow. Any thoughts on that as a work of cinema?
Well, I said this. I'm a person of hyperbole, but that quite literally might be one of the worst music videos I've ever seen. Not even like technically, it's like well made enough. It just feels so like I don't know what's going on with any of this.
Especially like in the 80s, like I mean, you know, even music I don't particularly care for, like say like Twisted Sister or Judas Priest, like they made good videos or you know, eye-popping, eye-catching.
No,
videos,
I mean one of the most interesting music videos ever is what's that Judas Priest song of about they're robbing the bank with the guitars. What's the name of that song? That's like their biggest song.
Oh God, what is that?
I feel so dumb. I can't think of it.
Breaking the Law.
Yeah, Breaking the Law, yeah. The most obvious thing ever. Yeah, but that is interesting conceptually. This just seems very bland. And because I was actually watching this thinking about it. You know, a lot of these in the 80s, it was a big thing with all this hair metal stuff. And, you know, I'd say Van Halen and Sammy Hagar were a little bit more of a basic. They weren't like hair metal. But they were that sort of, but they were a more basic rock and roll, like rock band, you know. But a lot of those bands, like I said, like Twisted Sister or Quiet Riot or some of these other actual like metal bands like Judas Priest made actual music videos that were like, oh, okay, this thing. Yeah. This just feels very bland and the first thought that came to my mind as somebody who's currently watching Dark Shadows is that, you know, back when
the Tim Burton movie over and over again?
No,
the soap opera.
Yeah, the actual
the
soap.
60s.
But soap operas had to fill time. Were essentially like, we need to fill programming. They started that way on radio. They ultimately became that on TV. Mm-hmm. And it feels like maybe with MTV, which, you know, was big in the 80s and actually played music videos, that they were just like, let's just make music videos to fill time. Mm-hmm. And it was all a commercial thing. Now, obviously, there were people who made good music videos. But if you honestly go back and watch a lot of music videos, like even something like, one that randomly comes to mind is some Steve Winwood stuff. And I like Steve Winwood enough. Yeah. But if you like just some music videos like that where it's just people making the music and playing it and it's shots of them doing it. And it's kind of just like, okay.
Yeah, if the song's great, then you're at least watching for that.
And that's fine, but it just feels like, and this is above that at least, you know. But this just feels so pointless and just like, plus the song is garbage, by the way.
It is one of those classic things people complain about all the time. But the 80s and 90s, speaking of somebody who was born in 92, so I didn't experience the 80s kind of in its, obviously, heyday. But like that was the golden age of the music video in terms of there were just so many made. And, you know, it's like any art form. It's like sometimes there's just so many made that, like, of course, there's going to be a lot of bad ones, but that also means your share of good ones is going to be higher too, just by sheer volume and quantity. But, and there are music videos still put it on YouTube and whatnot, but it just seemed like it's not a market that's is in demand as it once was, I guess. I guess the novelty of it, too, in the 80s, it was a new thing.
Well, it used to be you would make
concept.
a lot of, Peter Gabriel with, So, for example. Normally, now you get maybe two music videos out of a new album, and that's it, basically.
And that's also for a more major artist,
right.
too. That's...
But Peter Gabriel made, just off of So, that I can think of at least 4 music videos.
Yeah.
That's also because that song
I was actually just thinking
that
about...
album was... No, actually, I can think of, let's see, Red Rain is one I know, Sledgehammer's another one, that song he did with Kate Bush, and then Big Time. That's 4. There might have been one, though, for In Your Eyes, so that's
which
5.
album was Shock the Monkey?
That was Peter Gabriel 4, I guess.
But I think it's something like that. There's just kind of a more random song, but that video I always remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, I
it's also
the
because
thing about it now, we just have YouTube and you can just easily access these things.
And it's also important to note that somebody like Peter Gabriel, who's an actual artist as opposed to Sammy Hagar, is actually going to be interested in making music videos and actually be I want to actually make something. Yeah. Obviously, Sammy Hagar is not interested in that because
Anyways,
but
speaking of somebody who once made a few music videos, some for you too, Wim Wenders. Who
U2, the band, not for me as well. Because at first I was like, well, would he have made anything for me?
But this is, Levi, this is going to be a very special episode. We've actually got Wim Wenders live in the studio with us. He's actually on his way currently. He actually has a little bit of a history with Caldwell and Catawba County that he's going to get into that I was interested in. But again, the world-renowned cinematic maestro himself, Wim Wenders, is going to be live here in the Huffman Brothers Productions Studios to talk with us a little bit about The American Friend, which is, of course, our movie of the day, his movie from 1977, his genre movie of sorts, and we've been doing some crime movies over the last several episodes, and so this is kind of right in the middle, I guess, of all that, because we're doing 10 of those, and this is our 5th one. So, again, this is so exciting. I can't wait to get in, mix it up with Vim.
It's a big deal.
See what he's got, kind of what his memories of this movie are, and maybe what he's currently working on, and what his kind of current state is.
Yeah.
But before we get into all that, we just gotta get into that Blue Plate special.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants a large pepperoni? Coming up!
That 55-course dinner is right here.
Still on par with, I'd say even better than 55 as far as a musical rendition. But
order up. What can get better than that? When you really think about it. I was actually just thinking about that this morning that we already did Country Bears, and I was like, wow, what a
that seemed
bad
like so
movie.
long ago too.
Yeah, and so long ago. But mainly I was like, wow, how bad that movie is. But yeah.
So it's been a while. This is gonna be one of those episodes. Since we've actually talked about the airport franchise, I think we kind of went all into this is gonna be a recurring segment, and then haven't touched it since.
But this is gonna be an installment in that segment.
Yeah.
So
watch out. And so we've got to go within a segment, the Russian nesting doll of this episode, to talk about Airport 1975.
Went out the window! Oh, look up!
I never met a girl who makes me feel the way that you do. You're alright. Whenever I'm asked who makes my dreams real, I say that you do. You're outside. So be fine. Oh,
wish this movie.
Let me say,
Yeah.
if I remember correctly about our intro, it's the Rare Earth song. Get ready, here I come. Another really awful
I wish they would
song.
have put as much effort into making or conceiving of the story of Airport 1975 as I did in editing that together, which actually was not all that intensive. But Airport 1975, starring Charlton Heston and a bunch of other people from the 70s.
Yeah.
I don't even want to talk about this movie all that long.
Yeah.
Because we actually talked a good amount about the first one.
Right.
And the first one, is, I mean, pardon the pun, like an airport novel of a movie.
Yeah.
I mean, literally. Yeah. I mean, it's like fairly bare bones, fairly basic. It feels like when you watch it, but then you watch this, and it just feels like that was just so much better in every respect. Because that first movie, the original, it just had a lot of plot going on, and at times could have trimmed back a few things, but nonetheless had a world that felt lived in and had characters with distinct personalities. This second one, I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, and there might be even worse ones waiting down the pike for us. We'll see.
Yeah. I wouldn't imagine,
but
though.
This one was pretty bare bones and basic. I mean, what were your impressions walking away from this as far as a sequel to that original movie?
Well, it tried to just do the same thing, obviously, but it didn't have the same caliber of actors. Clearly, I mean, we had Charlton Heston, we had Karen Black. Other than that, though, there weren't really that many people. I mean, you had some random people in it. I'll have to bring up a list here of some of them. But they just weren't on that pedigree, clearly. Yeah, so we had those two I mentioned. Then, of course, George Kennedy, who comes back in all these movies. He's like the only person that's in all of them. Linda Blair, randomly.
Yeah.
Sid Caesar, Myrna Loy, Jerry Stiller, and Norman Fell, and Conrad Janis, who are probably all, or Janie, I don't know how to say. Probably my favorite section of the movie was them doing whatever. Mm-hmm. The best part about that is that Jerry Stiller slept through the whole thing. Randomly, Linda Harrison made an appearance, and I didn't ever notice that, of the Planet of the Apes movies.
Yeah.
And I never really noticed her in the movie, so I guess I just missed out on that. I don't know. But
you kind of like forever stole, I think, like what the actual line on this whole movie was. If I'm going to read from your Letterboxd review here. You said, I was pleased to see that Jerry Stiller quite literally slept through the majority of Airport 1975. Too bad I wasn't tired enough to follow his example, and you said some other things. But that just says it all right there in terms of just what a snooze fest this thing is.
Well, you know what's funny about the movie, too, is that it was made in 1974.
Yeah.
It's like, this isn't a car that's coming out.
Well,
it's
you clearly thinking it is.
Right, but it's like, this isn't the new model car. This is like, but randomly the other movies, I think Airport 77, that actually came out in 1977, so they weren't screwing around with that one.
Yeah.
But that I had trouble understanding is like, because when I always heard that Airport 1975, I sometimes in my mind thought of that in the same way that you would think of Dracula AD 1972. Like, what, is this slightly futuristic?
Yeah.
I suppose it might be, but there's nothing here that is futuristic in any sense. But to briefly talk about the plot, obviously the last movie was about a guy that was going to blow up a plane so he could die, and insurance, so his insurance could go to his wife, basically. Yeah. That was at least some, an interesting idea. That was also kind of randomly in the midst of the Zodiac murders, and obviously all that had to do with possibly bombing the school bus and all that stuff. It kind of appropriated the zeitgeist in a way that obviously Dirty Harry would do as well. But, and also the kind of whole, I guess part of that too is the whole D.B. Cooper stuff. But, that with, that whole thing, there was at least some kind of sense made of, there's actual stakes here. This randomly all comes out of the whole thing of, like, there's this guy that has a heart attack. He's flying a one-engine plane, personal plane, and hits that plane, the, actual airline plane. Yeah. And the commercial flight, and then all the stuff screwed up in the cockpit. One of the, two of the pilots die. Mm-hmm. One of them was Eric Estrada, and one of the worst performances ever, by the way. Yeah. And then the other guy's just knocked out, can't do anything. One guy literally flies out of the plane.
I think he died. Yeah.
Eric Estrada just is dead in the cockpit, and then the other guy's just like basically incapacitated. Mm-hmm. And Karen Black basically has to figure out how to fly the plane and land it, all while Charlton Heston, who's supposed to be like her boyfriend of some sort. And what's weird about that too is it combines like the Dean Martin and Burt Lancaster roles of the last movie, where they're like kind of combined, but it's Charlton Heston who is neither as good as either of them randomly, which is random.
You
like,
love hating on Dean Martin, but
no, he was actually kind of good in that.
It's pretty bad when you're like, man, I really wish Dean Martin was here, like pick up the affair,
Overall, Charlton Heston is better than Dean Martin, I think, but in this sense, he's not, which really says something about how great that first movie was and what it was.
Well, I think we can all agree that Burt Lancaster is way better than Charlton Heston.
No question. Yeah. Now, Burt Lancaster in the Planet of the Apes movie is like, get your hands off me. dirty ape.
Man, I don't know if we talked about that back in the day.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know this. We did some Planet Apes podcast back in the day.
God, they really did it. Like,
but he
blew it up.
He would have been awesome as in that role. But
there's a bronze statue standing up there of you somewhere. Kind of like Matthew Good as Robert Evans,
Yeah, but I mean, there's just I don't know. There's not a lot to say about
the offer recently.
Well, it's been a while since we watched it.
We're still watching it. We're like, what's funny? I felt like this show's been going on for an eternity, and we're just now getting to where they're going to start filming the movie. And I'm like, and I started realizing, oh my god, how awful that is going to be when they actually start showing them filming it. Yeah, my god! Yeah. But anyway, we'll get back to you on that. But yeah, there's just not a whole lot to say about this movie. It's kind of the same thing, but just not as good. I mean, and it just feels like it's weird because, Airport was made in the midst of all these new Hollywood movies, and then that way immediately felt dated towards like a 50s and 60s way. But it worked enough but this feels so dated.
This seems way more dated than the first one was,
because this was made alongside like Chinatown, The Godfather Part 2. Mm-hmm. Like, all these 1974 movies that were great, and then there's this, and it's just really shows that there were certain portions of Hollywood that were still doing that thing, and it's just, it's amazing. I am actually looking forward more to Airport 77, because that's going to be where it crashes, and it's like underwater, kind of like the Poseidon Adventure or something.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know what the actual reputations of these other movies are. Yeah. So it might be getting even worse. I'm not sure. Yeah. I'm just now here looking at what the highest grossing movies of 1974 were. Towering Inferno, Blazing Saddles, Young Frankenstein, Earthquake, Trial of Billy Jack, Godfather Part 2, Airport 1975, 7th, Longest Yard, The Life and Times of Grizzly Adams, and Murder on the Orient Express. So there is at least 3 disaster movies on that list.
I'm randomly surprised that Godfather Part 2 isn't number 1. Like, how is that possible when you think about it?
It made $30 million, which was good.
Like Earthquake made more than that. Well, that was kind of, you start to realize that was the year that all these movies were being made, right? Yeah. So you had the Poseidon Adventure was sometime around there. I don't remember exactly when that was. But, of course, you had, like you just said, Towering Inferno was number 1, Earthquake number 2, or Earthquake number 4.
Yeah.
So, like, that was kind of the year where those movies were being made. And I guarantee you, I haven't seen the Towering Inferno, but it at least has so many people in it that it carries a cachet about itself that I would find more interesting. But
I know Earthquake also stars Charlton Heston.
Yeah.
I've not seen that. But looking at the disaster movies on this list, I would imagine... And I've seen Towering Inferno. Towering Inferno is the best out of this bunch. And that at least has Paul Newman and Steve McQueen.
Yeah, and William Holden and Faye Dunaway and O.J. Simpson. I mean, it has everybody.
But it's crazy that
has everybody we love.
I think I had seen this list years ago, but that literally Mel Brooks directed the second and third highest grossing movies the same year with Blazing Saddles and Young Frankenstein. Isn't it also mind blowing that the Trial of Billy Jack actually is higher grossing than The Godfather Part 2?
Wasn't that movie like really long too? I mean, I know a lot of those are really long, but it's like 3 hours,
170 minutes.
Like,
right out
I find that interesting. I don't know.
Yeah. Life and Times of Grizzly Adams.
Well, we look. Maybe that's like a what?
Dan Haggerty.
Yeah. Maybe that is a like assumption that we just have about The Godfather Part 2 that it was as big then as it is. Obviously,
now it was more successful at the Academy Awards that year,
right? But that it felt like people were not as into that as they were the first one. So maybe that's just part of that at the time, and now people recognize
Well, I
it more as
know
what it is. But.
too. It came out around the holidays of late '74. They probably counted the receipts from '75, but
that maybe could be an aspect of that, is they kind of had a cutoff for when they were counting.
yeah.
Because I find it hard to believe that movie didn't make more than those other movies did.
I wanted to see real quick what the original Godfather made exactly again, just as a point of comparison. Oh wow, it made between 250 291 million
in that year.
So hundreds of millions of dollars versus. Well, wait a minute. I'm seeing. Okay, so I'm.
30 million.
Well, that's what it says on the Wikipedia page for 1974, but then on the box office it says 48 to 93 million. So I'm not sure.
Then go back and look. So yeah, it would have to. Yeah, it would definitely be the highest grossing if you're going by that. Maybe they counted it, like you said, as not as much in 1975 that it went on to make.
Yeah, I'm confused as
anyway.
Exactly what that
whatever,
means, but.
Airport
basically,
1975
we're saying Airport 1975 is no Godfather Part 2, as it turns out.
Yeah. But no, I am actually wanting to see these other ones just out of interest of like, okay, the plane's underwater. How do they survive at all?
We were pointing this out that like all the stuff with Linda Blair in this is very clearly the stuff that Airplane is parodying.
Yeah, because I found that so far of what we've seen out of these, that is the one that Airplane took the most from
so far.
To parody because of the whole thing about this girl needs an operation and there's a nun with a guitar. Now that stuff's hilarious in Airplane.
Yeah, right.
But it's a joke.
Yeah.
This, it's like, wow, this is the serious version of that.
And I don't know. I know we're putting ourselves in this situation, and it's like people will react differently and whatnot. But like, if you were just like, with your daughter and she's, has these needs and all playing, and a nun just kind of came up and just really wiggled her way into your business, wouldn't you just kind of say, "You need to get the hell away from us"? Sorry, I'm
really. And it's also going to annoy the rest of everybody on the flight that she's playing this guitar. And yeah, I mean, it's a really rosy picture of what flight air travel was at the time. Also, of like that people are going to want to deal with that. I mean, as somebody who's been reading the book about the Zodiac Killer, like people had tempers back then, and I'm not saying in reference to him. I'm saying about other people in the book that it just talks about. That's like people were not up for some kind of crap like that in 1974. I mean, that was the Watergate year. I mean, everybody was pissed off. So like, it's also even interesting in that sense that is that way. I just don't find that is a realistic portrayal of air travel. Especially with somebody who's like worried about, will we get there in time, that this nun's like, let me play your guitar, and it's like, get the hell away from me. Like, is what I would be thinking. But
I don't think we've even talked about this in relation to this, but another thought I was having watching this whole thing is just how much better the ensemble films, of course, of Robert Altman are of this era too. I was even thinking about Karen Black obviously being in Nashville right around this time. But just how limp-wristed and dated these feel compared to how, say, Nashville feels right around that time in terms of just how even the ensemble film Altman
and even
was
a
forcing
wedding,
to change
a
for
wedding,
the better,
which is like later. And
imagine Robert Altman's airport movie. What that would have been.
Well, he had made that Countdown earlier on, which was speaking of, we're going to be talking about somebody that was in that here in a little while. We already talked about OJ. He's also in that. And like, I know that's not exactly the same thing, but that's like sort of a disaster movie-ish space thing. So it's clear that he would have done a way better job something like this. I mean, because I could imagine something along the lines of this being like, you make the same movie a little bit more of a thriller, but something like California Split. I mean,
well, speaking of 1974, is talking about what Altman was doing then. We talked about this in the past. Thieves Like Us and California Split, both in the same year as this.
How could you? And like California Split is a better movie than Thieves Like Us, and Thieves Like Us is not one of his best movies. Kind of middle of the road.
Yeah.
But how could you have a movie that has an ending like that?
Yeah.
And the climax and ending like that, and people look at that and say, "Well, I'm gonna go make this airport in 1975." You know, it's just like, I know it doesn't have any connection whatsoever, but it's just the level that somebody's operating on, and even one of their lesser movies. Yeah. And then this is what you're doing. Yeah. Well, it's just hilarious. I don't know. Whatever.
So that's Airport 1975. We got some other newer movies. Well, new. They're all like at least 20 years old.
Yeah.
This next one especially, almost 80 years old.
So which is better, Airport 1975 or The Red Shoes?
The Red Shoes, yeah, as it turns out. Surprise, surprise.
I don't know.
The Red Shoes, I believe from 48 I believe, from Powell and Pressburger. This is one of those movies that was on my like proverbial shelf for years and years. It's one of those things when I first started getting into movies, and you realize or learn what the Criterion Collection is, that it's these vaunted, art house independent movies, and they're quote serious big international movies. One of the first most iconic covers or cases I can ever think of is the one for The Red Shoes of Maura, how do you say her name? Maura Shearer, who's the lead in that. Her face on that cover is one of those just things you just think of when you think of literally the Criterion Collection and what their legacy represents. Again, and we have talked about this a little bit in the past, watched a lot of their biggest films over the course of the 40s, Powell and Pressburger. Big fans of A Matter of Life and Death, of The Life and Death and Colonel Blimp. A lot of life and death in these movies. Also, Black Narcissus, I Know Where I'm Going, 49th Parallel. A lot of these movies we really already know and love. And this was one of those, there's other movies to see from them, but this is one of those kind of like bigger missing pieces that I had yet to see. And this movie just totally blew me away. I mean, it looked amazing on the Blu-ray that I'd had. And again, I had this for a little while, and we'd been waiting for the right time to watch it. Finally got around to it, and it just totally blew me away in practically every way. And I think that Life and Death of Colonel Blimp and Matter of Life and Death might be a little better than this, but I think one thing that was a novelty to me of this movie, as far as talking about their greatest films, not only from them, but these films stand as the greatest of not only the 40s, but I'd say of all time, is that this was not tied to the Second World War. Obviously, it kind of take place after that, and it's not tied to the context of that time exactly in an explicit way as those are. And I think that granted it this kind of classical quality that I think, I wouldn't say makes it necessarily one of their most quintessential works, but I'd say one of their most exquisite, breathtaking works. I think Black Narcissus is similar. Not exactly in the sense that it also has this more classical feel that's not tied to kind of World War II era in the same way that those other movies are. What did you take away from Red Shoes, especially how it relates to some of these other films?
Yeah, because I think it is the most different of their movies of the 40s, other than maybe A Canterbury Tale we haven't seen. There's some other of their movies we haven't watched yet. But for me, it's a 5-star movie. I think it's great. It was my least favorite of that group of movies we mentioned as far as the A Matter of Life and Death and The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp. I think that it is really great, really well made, and yeah, I think it is good that they made a movie that wasn't about World War II, but for me, it's of course their only movie explicitly about some form of show business. Now there's a lot of filmmakers who make movies about art explicitly. I've always found it a little more interesting that their movies are about heroic figures in a more militaristic sense, which is something that personally I tire of often, but I feel like they've done the best that can be done of that.
I mean, they made truly like one of the best works of what would be deemed propaganda in many senses of the word during that era, that had a conscience to it, that wasn't empty, that actually was kind of interrogating what makes Britain Britain, what are maybe problems with that, but why in the world at this exact moment is that needed? You know what I mean, by contrast.
But for me, I felt like it was a little... well, first of all, I just didn't think the romances were as good, and the whole romantic triangle I was not as interested in as their other films. I think Mariah, what's her name?
Shearer.
Shearer is good, but I don't think she was as good as Kim Hunter or Deborah Kerr in
Yeah.
either of those movies. I think she's kind of more of a blank slate intentionally, and she is kind of obviously the whole story is about her going between Anton Walbrook's character, who's like basically I guess he's like a producer for ballets, more or less.
Yeah.
And then is it Marius Goring?
Goring. Yeah.
As kind of the writer and composer for the ballet they eventually do, the Red Shoes, and kind of it's what I do find interesting about it. Obviously, as far as their triangle, is that Walbrook isn't so much interested in her romantically as
Not
he
explicitly,
is
at least.
just wanting to possess her as a vessel for his artistic purposes, whereas like Goring actually is in love with her. Clearly,
See, I myself kind of like that it.
No,
Because
no,
I was
I am
watching early
interested
on,
in
and
that,
I was
but-
like, "Is it
yeah.
as much a romantic interest as that?" And I think it actually, beneath all that, is
Sort
there.
of, yeah.
But I like that it's a little ambiguous and doesn't make it quite as explicit with that.
Yeah,
I like.
No,
that.
I like that part of it. I just felt like I said, it's kind of ultimately in the movie. Part of the point of the movie, ultimately, and this is kind of a spoiler. What I thought I was the most interesting about the movie is that she takes her own life at the end of it out of frustration of she can't. It's this whole ultimatum, classic thing of you
You're
either
with
do
him.
it for me or you're gonna be with him, and they're both like saying it's me or him, and you know. And that she just can't get out of that because of her love for ballet and also her love for him.
Yeah.
And that ultimately she just kills herself because she can't live without either. Obviously, that's a very big, risky ending for that time period. I just found that it kind of, the sort of maltreatment of her character was a little less developed than some of their other female characters in their movies, I felt. Mm-hmm. Also, one of the interesting things about the movie, I think, is one of the best things, and what everybody kind of talks about, is the sequence of the Red Shoes, kind of in the middle of the movie.
Wow.
That what I found so interesting about that and so compelling was that it was, Goring's character had talked about earlier on that he wanted people to hear the music to the point where they could imagine what they weren't seeing, essentially. And it's interesting that rather than filming that as a sort of monocular vision of a ballet, or I should say opposite of a monocular vision, that it's like just filmed as theater, basically. Yeah. They do film it in the monocular vision of cinema to include transitions, to include these like impossible sets.
Like changing from these otherworldly environments.
And these developments of not only the music but the visual style that are things that are impossible clearly to see on stage. I thought that was something I've never seen done in a movie, where to actually try to make something more out of the theater experience and to say this is the intention of the marriage between the ballet and the music and what that's supposed to do for the audience member. That's something that I'd never really seen before, and I felt like actually why people talk about that sequence so much and why it has endeared so much is because of that. Mm-hmm. I just was not personally as interested in the rest of the story as I was their other films, but the style obviously more than lived up to its.
I think that's
reputation.
The identity of this movie is mostly wrapped up in that style. You don't have to know much about this movie to know that like one of its biggest champions is Martin Scorsese, who's a huge fan of all their works and was personal friends with Powell towards the end of his life, but he has championed this movie for years and years and years. And to finally see it clicked a few things in my head, because it makes sense he loves their other films too, but I think what about this is what you just said in terms of making something that would look dynamic on a stage but ultimately have limitations, have these seemingly limitless limitations then taken over by cinema. I think is one of those things you see why he really gravitates toward this movie. And I think too, their career in particular, and this was happening across the world in the 40s, but I think they're big, actually, people who push this forward, the quote legitimization of cinema amongst more of an intellectual class of people who still considered theater or the novel as premier art forms and cinema was a lesser art form. Their just sheer ability of style to say this is what cinema can do just by sheer force of will, I think was instrumental in why more and more cinema was taken seriously as an artistic form over the course of the 40s. I will grant you that the narratives of and the plots of Matter of Life and Death and Life and Death of Colonel Blimp are so clever. In particular, Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, that movie takes place over the course of several decades of time, and the fact that you see these characters change and evolve, and how, you know, a woman like Deborah Kerr is playing multiple roles, but for a character like, oh God, the main character, that William Candy, is that his name? That he just keeps seeing the ghost of this woman and these other things. That's another thing too. A lot of their movies deal with ghosts, deal with angels, deal with like supernatural occurrences or elements,
or even Black Narcissus, which is like a psychological horror movie in its own
thriller,
way too.
And melodramatic in many ways, and it's just incredibly just their I mean, I remember I was just thinking, I said this to you a little bit after we had seen Red Shoes, and I was like, were they just maybe the best to ever do it in terms of this period of time and the strength of all these movies? And nothing is true. They share common elements and actors, but they're just very different subject
even
matters.
Especially for movies that are all about World War II in their own way. Their World War II movies are all pretty different, I think, of what they're actually about. Yeah, and just for the case of if you compare their movies to like just average movies made by filmmakers in America during World War II, I mean, there's no comparison whatsoever. Even somebody like Frank Capra, I don't think can really stand
another
up
thing
to
should
that,
be said, a lot of the best directors of America were involved in the actual World War II effort, and so they were not necessarily making their best work. But then you get those, like, you get something like It's a Wonderful Life at the end of the war, and like
or
that
The Best Years of Our Lives.
That is
some
great,
of those
amazing movie. And John Ford's westerns became a little bit darker after he had came back as well.
Yeah.
So
and that's partially why that is that they were.
But
clearly
as far as
that,
in the actual in the time of the war itself, like their work really just stands out as wow. And again, they're not. And again, this is what makes them fascinating in terms of directors. Like a lot of those movies are not saying like, you know, while they ultimately end in this celebratory tone for Britain, are interrogating what Britain represents and means in the world, even as it eventually lifts it up. And so that just really stands out as very a sort of patriotism that I find incredibly admirable in terms of not just for how that applies to Britain, but how that can apply for other people's application of that for their own nations. But I mean, it was a big deal to finally just watch this movie and experience the glories of it. And again, I can't recommend their work highly enough, and that as well. Some other two other movies I want to get to fairly quickly here. Menace II Society. I actually bought this with the new Criterion sale that had just happened. And, you know, the, quote, hood film of the early 90s is kind of a trope already that's been recognized. I mean, whether it be this or Boys in the Hood, or even the, like, veneer that something 10 years, 15 years removed after the fact, something like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas trafficked in. And all the hip-hop that came from the late 80s, early 90s.
Even movies like Deep Cover.
Deep Cover of sorts is one of those movies.
New Jack City.
Yeah, that it's just its own subgenre within crime films or within the gangster film. And this is a movie that I'd always heard of. And I'd always heard of the Hughes brothers, but had never really experienced their movies for myself. This is one of those movies that, as I've been saying to you, and I kind of said in my Letterboxd review, I just felt it grabbed me by the throat, and then barely by sheer force of will, I guess the time's up, let me go by the end of it in a way that very few movies have. And I think, you know, you can do variations on this sort of movie and do new things with it, I think. But this really just feels like, in many ways, one of the definitive takes you can have on such a subgenre of movie. I was really blown away by, you know, Menace II Society. And again, great movies that feel of their time. years can pass, but they still feel like they're relevant or still feel like they pack a punch. This is certainly one that I think did that for me. What were your takeaways from Menace II Society?
I wrote a review on this, and I won't go into it as much. The main thing I kind of focused on with this is, and this is a random place to go with this, but I was thinking kind of after the fact, is it reminded me of the cinematic equivalent of what we, I guess, as Christians call a judgment house.
Yeah.
That whole concept of like you go in and you see, oh, this is what happens to people who blah blah blah. Now, interestingly, let me go ahead and say first of all that the best thing about this movie is not that it totally obviously is being black filmmakers. They're not condemning the black community as being, having these gangs within it. That's obviously been the case with all kinds of other cultures as well. But that what was interesting, I thought, was that, and it's all told, it's a spoiler to say, it's all told in narration from a person who is dead.
Yeah.
But that there are different points along the way where this person's path can be changed, and they choose not to do so. They talked a lot about, in the interviews we saw on the Criterion Collection, and they randomly had separate interviews because their whole
very
relationship
mysteriously, they have
weird.
a strange relationship.
That they talked a lot about the idea of toxic masculinity, which is something that they had not considered at the time, but now realizes, oh yeah, that's what we were
subconsciously,
because that was just such a part of the hood culture of the time, and saying how destructive that is, how awful that is, and I think it's telling that the kind of what that all leads to his demise is actually randomly the promiscuity of himself, as far as having relations with this woman and then not wanting to deal with
her getting
child
pregnant, and then her cousin confronting him.
Yeah.
He beats the cousin up, and then, spoiler alert, as you said, by the end of the movie, the cousin comes to extract revenge.
Right,
basically.
and that's not something that's a big part of the movie at all. It's kind of just here and there it happens. But I think the whole point of that is that it comes in these surprising ways. Like you said, it all catches up to you eventually, and I just found the movie to be incredibly horrifying, and it stuck with me the last few days I've watched it. An incredibly haunting movie that randomly, it's random to say, is maybe one of the scariest movies I've ever seen.
It honestly feels like it has the soul of a horror movie, and I think they even brought that up. I think one of them did.
I think Elvis Mitchell said that. Maybe.
Oh yeah, he might have. Yeah, and brought that up. And another thing, they have mentioned what an influence Goodfellas and Martin Scorsese's cinema had on them around that time, obviously, when that was coming out. And so it's got, and I think one of them, or Tiger Williams, who was the kind of co-writer of the movie, had mentioned that listening to either the Goodfellas soundtrack, or just like really thinking about and watching Goodfellas a lot around this time.
The
narration too was informed by that. And it made me think about, to compare Goodfellas to Menace II Society. And, with Goodfellas, we all know that goes haywire and goes wrong. Yeah. But, like, when you look at the movie, and the movie's framed in this romantic way almost, that, there were these good times, in quotes, in terms of when things were, quote, not so bad, but then the walls came closing in. What are the, quote, good times of this whole community and culture? The Watts Rights, which it opens with? I mean, like, it just shows you, like, I think how these movies are often judged either critically or by audiences, that, a movie like Goodfellas, while we know the way it ends, we still luxuriate and celebrate, I think, some of the earlier moments of the movie or some of the earlier instances of violence. But in this, it's just from the jump horrific. Yeah. Again, it opens with the footage of the Watts riots taking place.
Well, even before that, it opens with the liquor store robbery.
Right. Yeah, that was kind of the very, very beginning of the movie. But it just immediately just feels like an ugliness that makes you confront maybe your own, not only your own, maybe racism watching these movies, in terms of looking at, this just feels instantly more real, instantly more horrific. But then a quote white gangster movie like Goodfellas, someone who loves it, we're allowed to not see it in such harsh lights or tones, but when the reality confronts it, it makes us stop, at least me, stop and say, oh wow, why does this feel fun and this feel horrific? And are there biases of the filmmakers there a little bit, or is it biases of what we accept as, quote, acceptable criminal behavior versus, quote, unacceptable criminal behavior and the realities within that.
Well, and part of that, I think, too, was with John Singleton with Boys in the Hood, which we haven't seen. They said, famously, the Hugheses said they wanted to make that movie look like Mary Poppins by making this. So I think it is important to note that this movie does take things further than a lot of these movies do.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's the most... justice served to this entire conception of a movie, of the Hood movie, in quotes, of showing what this life is really like, but not glorifying it or necessarily. I mean, and it does clearly say this is a bad life to live.
Mean, in many ways, it's the early 90s equivalent of the Public Enemy.
Yeah.
In terms of, this is what your just desserts gets you. In terms of, like, we're not going to celebrate this. This is what it leads to.
Yeah.
And go down that road.
But also not judging... Like you said, the community so much as saying this is what systematic oppression and racism brings to this community, of being kind of... Because, you see the Watts riots and everything that happened there, which literally only spurned out of police violence against a black person.
Yeah.
And that all led to people having enough and saying, all right, we're done with watching this happen all the time. And what that led to was ultimately them simply saying, we're tired of this, which led to the riots.
Yeah.
But all of that, like you said, leading to, all right, well, we're just going to, the police essentially saying we're going to neglect these parts of the city.
Yeah. Because
they essentially just see it as a hellhole, which they themselves have allowed to exist in that way, because they're not going to engage with the ostensibly normal cultures that live there, normal in quotes, I guess. But I felt like it was a movie that really, like you said, it's interesting you bring that up, because I hadn't thought about it that way, kind of challenges our own implicit biases about what we find acceptable, by simply saying, well, this is what it really is, and these people the people here who are committing these crimes are at fault for committing them. But also saying, but what leads people to do these things also. But none of it's heavy-handed about any of this either. Yeah. It just feels very natural about itself. So
yeah, and when I say that, I'm not even necessarily saying a movie like Goodfellas is racist. But I mean, there are I mean, even the movie, something like Goodfellas itself is even like between the lines commenting on some of these things at the very beginning. When Liotta and Pesci's characters are standing outside waiting for the driver to go inside, and then they steal his truck.
Yeah.
And then he walks back out, and he's like, "Oh my God, they stole my..." And he walks back in and says, 2 N-words just stole my truck. Right. Can you believe that? And like that's his natural assumption, is to jump and assume these people did that. And we're sitting there, maybe implicitly, just as an audience, going, "Ooh, they got away with it," and that guy's racist, and yeah, we don't like that. But there's also just like, okay, so who pays the consequences for such actions of those men ultimately? Is cops are going to be told black people stole this truck. Cops are then going to go into black neighborhoods and harass, intimidate, bully people. To note that, I mean, there's a story within a story within that, and I think Scorsese is putting that out there to say just very quickly, wow. There's, these people were allowed to get away with this, and then people who didn't even actually do the thing are going to pay the consequences.
Well, and there's the whole moment in the movie, too, and and it's a whole sequence where all these other people are dying also. But, I mean, Samuel Jackson's character in the movie being killed and put off on a lot of the crime that happened, of him being found in the truck and everything, I think points to that as well, of we're going to blame this on this person because
speaking of him,
black,
he's also in Menace to Society.
But
as the father.
In that sense, I think that points to something also of saying we'll put it off on him because the cops will believe all that, and it's easier for us to get away with these things.
But again, I say this as a fan of a lot of these white gangster movies, and we're going to be covering some of these even along these lines later. I think something like we're not going to be covering it here, but King of New York kind of threads the needle between some of these things a little bit. But that. With a lot of these white gangster movies, black characters often serve as a foil or, again, a way to put off these things to distract. And it's interesting when you finally really go into these that such an environment is only fostering people to think that such a way is the only way by just pure survival instinct. They also, one of the brothers said that to be born black in America, and he said that a French friend of his had given him this observation, is to be innately, instinctively born with PTSD of things that you've not even explicitly experienced. And I think this movie does a great job of expressing such an idea. And as you said earlier, there are a lot of times in the movies to watch where you really hope the character jumps off. It's like he's got a chance to go to Kansas, or he's got a chance to go to Atlanta to try to get away from this. And, you know, going into the movie, I don't know if I explicitly knew that he would be dead by the end of it. They said that they had conceived of the movie with that already basically in mind. But you have this like, get out of here. Do something else. You don't need to be a part of this. And time and again, the character makes the short-term easy answer of, well, this is the only world I know, though. Why would I abandon it? This is my whole life. And just the tragedy of that really, I think, speaks to why, unfortunately, this movie, 30 years removed, still feels just, I know this is a corny thing to say, but as relevant as it's ever been in many ways. So, again, it's just one of those movies that just, the darkness of it really immediately grabbed me and made an impact with me in a way that I'll be remembering for some time. Any other thoughts on that?
No, I don't think so.
Another movie that is a lot more fun to watch, celebratory in its own way, while also having its own tragedy about it, Moulin Rouge. This came out in, I believe, 2001, I believe. Yeah. And this is one of those movies, I don't even remember what VHS or DVD it was with. I just remember seeing this trailer over and over again and being for years thinking, wow, that looks like a lot.
Yeah.
And have seen, obviously, Baz Luhrmann movies since we've talked about Elvis last episode, also, Romeo and Juliet. I've seen The Great Gatsby movie, and that didn't make a huge impression on me. I liked it fine enough. But this was like, I think, this or Romeo and Juliet are probably his most like remembered or quintessential movies.
Yeah, because Australia kind of falls through the cracks, and then Strictly Ballroom, I think, is his first kind of main movie he made. But
yeah, but this is one of those movies that is kind of already sort of iconic within 20 years in terms of not only big for him, but honestly big for the more contemporary movie musical, I would say. I mean, this kind of makes some strides and actually, in exciting ways, takes the musical as a concept or the form in new directions. Totally love this movie. This is probably my favorite movie I've seen from him so far. I really like his Romeo and Juliet movie and really like the new Elvis, but this, I think, is pure Baz Luhrmann in many ways. It gets to be his playground. He doesn't have to necessarily be, quote, reliant on Shakespeare or live up to what, quote, Elvis's reputation is. This
or even adapt to F. Scott Fitzgerald.
This just gets to be, based in turn-of-the-century France and Paris, but ultimately his own jukebox creation, which I think is kind of what gives a lot of the movie its power. Nicole Kidman, love her and about everything. I've never seen her really as strong or as sexy as she is in this movie. Ewan McGregor, I think this is like really good right after he did episode 1. I think it was kind of right around the time he would have done episode 2. Just think visually how different he looks in this and like episode 2, which came out.
I was kind of thinking about that. I was kind of thinking about that a little bit because I was like, this would have been around the same time as that, wouldn't it? And I was like, that's weird.
What did you think of Moulin Rouge?
I mean, I hesitate to say it's my favorite musical I've ever seen because there's I can't think off the top of my head of what my favorite musical would be. Probably be like Wizard of Oz. I don't know. But I mean, I loved everything about this in every way, pretty much. I want to talk a little bit specifically about it, the idea of it as a jukebox musical, which is essentially what it is that idea that it's like a taking all these famous songs and using them in these certain specific ways.
Yeah.
Clearly, these songs are all anachronistic because this is all very specifically set in 1899 in Paris.
Yeah.
Around the titular
so they're
cabaret
singing Beatles, they're
club.
singing Elton John, they're singing The Police,
David Bowie. Yeah. But I think what works about that, because part of me would think, that wouldn't really work, and the whole concept, because it's jumping between these different songs. But what I found interesting about that was, because at first I was like, wow, they're really just doing that?
Yeah.
But what really started to work for me was the idea of their desperation, and especially his, but both of their shared desperation to describe what their love is.
Yeah.
And almost commenting on the fact of how people use unconsciously and subconsciously music and snatches of music to express their feelings, I find is a very interesting commentary on that, and especially for musicals in general, but particularly that. Obviously it doesn't fit the period, because that's
and how
what it
often
is,
people share or mention specifically with musicals songs or numbers is I have this feeling or I have this sensation, and like you said, this is in many ways.
I've never seen a movie do that before, because I've seen movies do that, and that's partially just because of him, because of his use of anachronisms in movies, and he's done that as recently as Elvis, clearly.
But that was actually not as much as you would actually
think.
Was maybe even advertised,
because I think The Great Gatsby did that. It seemed like more with a lot of hip hop.
Yeah,
from what I heard, I
think Jay-Z. I remember some music and some.
Yeah, because I haven't seen that, so I don't know, but I assume that has more of that.
More than Elvis did.
And thinking of jazz as a hip hop, or hip hop as a sort of jazz, and even just modern pop music as a version of cabaret also is interesting. But yeah, I found the movie also to be a weird ode to the 20th century. The 19th century, and the beginning of the 20th century as a horrible turn of events almost. Obviously, you think of Paris after this as having to deal with World War One, and then it had a brief resurgence in the 20s and 30s, but then World War II.
Also, the 20s was obviously heavily romanticized.
Right.
Lost Generation. And that crowd.
But so it's interesting to think of what Paris meant. We still now view Paris as the city of love and this very romanticized version of what Paris is. But it feels like it's almost commenting on the fact of it really was that in the 19th century, and it's never really lived up to that again.
Carried on,
right? And that the Moulin Rouge is kind of the last gasp of that sort of bohemian sensibility that never really carried on after that. And I guess that sort of all came out of after the kind of Napoleonic age of like what French politics were after the Revolution and after Napoleon. That it really felt like France and Paris particularly became that sort of thing that it always wanted to be, and that was the only time it ever was really the Paris that people see it as.
Even just looking at this from a very Americanized perspective, how often in Westerns, which of course takes place in the late 19th century in America, do you see like a saloon or like this opera house in the West or someplace, and they market themselves as being on par with what you see in Paris and what you see in Europe. And so Europe always, for America at least, had this very exotic, that's what real culture is kind of vibe to it. And you can see that even in other things depicted in the late 19th century in relation to that romanticism of even Paris.
And New Orleans was such a big part of that too. And of course jazz coming out of that in its own way, which I don't think is as connected to cabaret clearly as it would be to African rhythms and just general classical music of Europe. But I think, and then of course, like I said, when we think about entertainment in the West, we normally think of, like you're saying, the Caan and those things that came out of Paris, essentially. That's, I didn't even think about it that way. But I think about the movie almost as a weird, like I said, ode to and kind of in memoriam of the Paris of the 19th century, which was it's never been that again after the World Wars.
I think you're right about that, but I almost think too, I wonder how much Baz Luhrmann is making this an ode to the 20th century. You slightly misspoke earlier when you meant 19th, but I think actually all the music of, in the movie, but then also it coming out in 2001, we've talked about like those late 90s, the end of an era movies of the 90s. This, in some ways, is one last weird little holdover going into the early 2000s that I think has its own nostalgia for even the 20th century, too, as far as the music
I think it does,
and how it floats together.
And seeing that in its own way, I think so. What works about it, though, is that it's just simply an amazing musical.
A very basic plot in a good way. I think
it reminded me a lot of the Red Shoes, actually, which was
a good double feature.
Interesting because the plot wise, I looked all over Wikipedia and it never mentioned that as a explicit influence. Yeah. But it's very clear that the Duke and the writer and her in the middle of that is very clear about the difference, though. Ultimately,
well, that's also, I guess, a classic archetype in fiction too, though. That's true. Triangle relationship. Yeah. But do you want the romantic lover, or do you want the man who can give you it all? You know,
right?
And that's one of the, unfortunately, women of a great many eras. That's some of the few choices they have or agency they have. I
did feel like in this, Nicole Kidman's character was a little more, had more agency to say, no, I do want it to be McGregor ultimately, and didn't fall into the Duke thing as much as you would think.
But then she also ultimately has this whole tragedy about her.
Right.
That she has
so
a medical condition.
And I think that ultimately is why she doesn't care as much about that stuff, is because she's only really doing that to help out the Jim Broadbent in the movie. What do we even have to say about him?
Wow.
By the way.
Well, this was right. I guess this was Gangs of New York as 02, right?
Yes, or 03.
Because it's supposed to be 01, I think, and then it got bumped back to 02, I think. But I was thinking about him in this too. He just has one of those faces and looks of a man of the 19th century in many ways. I know he's also in Topsy Turvy, the Mike Leigh movie,
right?
Which I was wondering how much of this overlaps with that. I know it's from very different filmmakers and sensibilities.
Well, and that's taking a whole
and that's about London in the 1880s, basically.
And that's just specifically taking an Eastern kind of more of the kabuki theater.
And I'm just curious to see how these things compare. Right. I was thinking about him too. Yeah, wow. Lerman has a way of getting these vastly over the top performances. I mean, Tom Hanks is a talking point recently with Elvis, but then even also John Leguizamo, even within this movie, but even him within also Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, I'd say everybody in Romeo and Juliet is just over the top. So,
Romeo. I mean, but.
By the way, can you just get over the fact that I can't remember that actor's name, but that he's also in the Thin Red Line. Those two performances just so wildly different. About I killed a man and Romeo, just so ridiculously different. But
but I mean, this movie kind of has a big reputation within people who really love or like musicals, and I'm kind of slowly falling more and more into that camp as years go by. I don't say that with any sadness or tragedy. That I really
this is
this is like
version of this.
This has a reputation over the last 20 years of being like a genuine, bona fide, unapologetic musical in a way that even a movie like La La Land, which I like a lot, is kind of skirts the line of whether or not it's exactly proud of it being a musical or not. I think, and there's fans of musicals who don't like that about La La Land. I know, but. This is just one of those unapologetically Baz Luhrmann creations that we just had a lot of fun and loved a lot. And I could see myself rewatching quite a bit. And again, one thing I really like about it, and I could see some people getting annoyed with this, but I liked it, is how songs flow into each other.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, and it becomes this thing that's not even its own song anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
Like a medley of
it's a way of trying to. I feel like there's in that way it's exemplifying their desperation to convey their feelings, which through all these songs that don't exist at that point, but basically just showing how many of the same songs are based on the same basic feelings, though.
Yes.
And we all know that, but to see a movie do that, I think is interesting.
So. I'd say check out Red Shoes, check out Menace II Society, and check out Moulin Rouge. Airport 1975, something you can just Goodbye. Now, on a little bit of a darker, sadder note, we want to get to some recent deaths. There's a lot of recent deaths of actually some fairly big people over the last several days and week. The biggest of which we want to start with is James Caan, who we obviously talked a lot about as recently as when we talked about the Godfather films. His portrayal of Sonny is just one of the most instantly iconic movie characters. I remember the very first time I saw The Godfather, which we've talked about in the past with The Godfather, but I remember everybody has these clear archetypes and ways they fit into the story, and I remember watching James Caan in that movie. He immediately just jumps off the screen and makes an impact. And the more you see other James Caan movies, you see that he had other muscles to flex and other ways to go about acting, but that in many ways was a manifestation of his own energy.
Yeah.
But he's been in tons of things. Obviously, I think the Godfather films, that was always the first thing that got mentioned. I know, as it should have been with him. But
he's kind of the main thing you walk away the movie with. I think as a kid watching it, that was the thing I most thought about, honestly, with the movie was him.
Because I think obviously Al Pacino is amazing, but he gives a much more subtler performance that is not as loud and as boisterous as that, and so But we relatively recently, it's been a few years, I guess now. I don't remember when it was exactly. Saw The Rain People for the first time, which is a movie he made with Coppola before that. Beautiful movie. Very much fit into certain things about him as an actor in terms of the bravado, but also much more vulnerable than some other performances that he's given as well. I'm not really going in order here, but just thinking about other movies he's been in, whether it be Misery, whether it be Freebie and the Bean, whether it be The President and Get Smart movie, which is randomly funny.
Things I think of randomly the most.
He is, Thief was another big thing people jumped to thinking about him in Michael Mann's film.
Kicking and Screaming, I guess he was in that one.
No, that was Robert Duvall.
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I couldn't remember. I was like, who was that?
James Caan, he's just been
The
one of
Gambler,
those.
which is kind of a forgettable movie,
but he's good in it. One of those just forces of American cinema over the last nearly 60-odd years of being in these various films. What do you take away from James Caan as a performer, and what are some of your favorite James Caan moments or performances?
Well, clearly he was a just very fearless performer. Because I think a lot about his performance in The Rain People as being a very vulnerable one, and then seeing that, contrasted by The Godfather. But yeah, I don't have as much to say as I'd like, just because he's always been such a part of my life as being part of that movie. But yeah, I just think that's kind of authenticity of him as a performer has always stuck out to me, even in stuff that isn't as good, like Rollerball, The Gambler, which we mentioned. That movie's fine enough. It's better than Rollerball, but
Rollerball is randomly one of the biggest random letdowns of a movie ever.
Yeah, it's just like, how could you have a movie like Rollerball and it not be
and it made
that
of
good?
That time. The poster looks really cool. It's got James Caan, and it's just
how can you let The Running Man outstage you in that way?
Bad.
Like as far as an Arnold movie. But yeah, just randomly another thing. I had to bring this up is Magic City. His performance on that show. So in that show, he essentially just comes into it as this like mob boss who basically is like the boss of, ultimately a big boss of somebody like Danny Houston's character, and also Jeffrey Dean Morgan's character as well. But basically runs everything. But like obviously it traffics on his whole like persona and everything. But you still love to see somebody like him in the movie, you know what I mean? Where you're like, oh yeah, I'm still gonna watch this because he's in it, that he's, or in the TV show, I should say. I think it's a movie, but randomly they've wanted to say, oh, let's make a Magic City movie to finish everything up, and it's like, yeah, they're never gonna do that now.
Never.
But ultimately, even a performance like that and his kind of final moments in that season, the end of season 2, randomly contrasted also with the performance of oh gosh, what's his name? What's that guy that was Rick Ross? Yeah, Rick Ross as Butterball.
Oh, yeah. Now,
that would have been a good sequel to Rollerball, was Butterball, and have them both be in it since there's a connection, Magic City connection. But yeah, that even him in that is something at least to watch, of saying, oh, here's James Caan in this performance. It's like kind of whatever, But yeah, I think that's just what I come away with James Caan, is ultimately his authenticity. I guess if I could think of just like moments of him in a movie, I think probably my favorite would probably be, I don't know, it's been a scene that a lot of people have been talking about the last few days, but him and Robert Duvall's fight in The Godfather, of him yelling and saying, Papajenko, look what I got. That whole scene where they're in the staircase.
Yeah, right.
I think it's probably his best scene in a movie.
Yeah,
maybe.
I was just looking here at just his credits. I've always heard this is a really good
Brian
movie,
Song,
and it gets brought up a lot as a great sports movie, as TV movie actually. Brian Song, as you could expect in the 50s and 60s, well, really from 61 actually. He was in a lot of TV. He was on the Naked City show, Route 66.
What was that movie he was in? It was the John Wayne movie that he was in. It was
El Dorado.
El Dorado, yeah. That's what I was
with,
thinking of. I wasn't sure.
Mitchum's in that too. He's Mississippi in that. Yeah, pictures of that go around all the time with them. But again, he's just one of those guys. He just you just tell had a real personality, and he's got a lot of stories and anecdotes just around his whole career and life.
Kind of like a version of Harrison Ford, but an actual actor, as far as like just a very authentic guy that you could see doing any of the things he does in his movies, as far as hopefully not murdering people, but but just like being a guy that's like plays football or does whatever he does.
I mean, like movies, Burt Reynolds had already kind of
and he's a version of that
stolen that, like the title of that is the guy for a lot of those like authentic mannerisms of the 70s, but Jimmy Caan was like right under that. I mean, he was like a guy that I always thought sometimes was better as a guy off to the side than as kind of sometimes as a lead actor, even though he gave some really good lead performances here and there. But one of those guys that just obviously left an impact and will most certainly be missed. We don't have a whole lot to say about
Lenny Von
Dolan. But just wanted to mention him and his passing as well. He was obviously in Twin Peaks as what was the character's name again? Harold Smith, which was, I think one of the least useful characters. And he gets introduced in season 2, and in many ways,
and then
part
he was
of the whole
also
season 2,
in
kind of
Fire Walk
the
with Me randomly in one scene, and we talked about him a little bit then. But I mean,
the thing is, he had this instant weird, creepy personality that made him instantly memorable.
Yeah, because like even though his whole character is kind of useless, he actually gave a performance, and
fit well within to what the whole veneer of Twin Peaks is.
Also, randomly, something I want to mention that I've wondered for a long time. I swear, in the 90s version of The Little Rascals, there's this scene where they're all walking up to the phone where they're going to call and say, what's the number for 911 or whatever. That I swear he's one of the people in line for the phone, but I've never seen him credited anywhere. For that moment.
On his Wikipedia page, it's not there.
Not even on IMDb. I swear that's him, though. If you go watch it, it's like that is Lenny Von Dolan, I swear. But
I would say, darn it, we're going to have to go watch the Little Rascal movie. That's actually a decent little movie. It's actually.
But no, the last time we watched it, I think that was actually the last time we watched it was around the time that The Return was airing.
2017, maybe. Yeah.
And so, I was like, wait a minute. And he's not in that. But I was like, wait a minute. Isn't that Lenny Von Dolan in that? But, he was really good. We just wanted to mention his passing.
Rest in peace to him. Tony Sirico, this was another kind of big one. And it felt tragically fitting not too long after James Caan died. Him dying. Of course, Tony Sirico most iconically played Paulie Walnuts on The Sopranos, one of the most hilarious and iconic characters in that whole show. I mean, I wanted to read a quote from David Chase, who commented on his passing. The Sopranos creator David Chase paid tribute to Sirico with a statement that read, "Tony was a jewel, the way Buddhists refer to a jewel, supernatural and a master, but certainly not a Zen master. He was so uproarious, so funny, so talented. I'm very happy for him that in his mid-50s and 60s, he finally learned how talented and loved he was. I was just thinking about him yesterday, strangely enough, and was reminded he was a main reason for the success of The Sopranos." Now, I think on its face, people might go, really? But, I mean, that character instantly jumps off from the jump as a memorable, weird personality, colorful character who, almost feels too good to be true in terms of this guy who is willing to kill anyone at any moment, but also has a very just eccentric personality and just has a very clean freak and just has just very, you use the word colorful colorful personality. And again, Paulie was usually a comic foil on the show, but had his own storylines, especially as the show went by and developed, especially a lot of stuff with his mother. I think his relationship with Christopher in the show is one of the most memorable, greatest relationships on that show in terms of the complexity of that they kind of have a father-son, uncle-nephew relationship, but it's also has a lot of darkness and a lot of warts on top of it. What about him as a performer and also just Paulie in The Sopranos sticks out to you?
Well, clearly, and a lot of people know this, that he was actually sort of a mafia guy.
Associate,
he was like
kind of towards the bottom,
right.
But yeah.
And that was true of a lot of random actors in this sort of stuff. That was true of the guy that played Luca Brasi, obviously. Yeah. But I think what fit about him was that I think people recognized just how funny and weird he kind of was, and recognizing, oh, well, these kind of people do exist in this sort of world, and there's these people that have these eccentricities that they're able to get away with basically because they're a sociopath, essentially, and that they will kill you if you make fun of them, basically.
Yeah.
And I mean, you think about all the nicknames that people all these mafia people have, and then you realize how weird a lot of them really are. And I think that fits a sort of, it's not like a square peg in a round hole sort of thing. I think it really fits that whole world and worldview of somebody who would act like that, because even though he is kind of weird, he ultimately is that guy, that kind of, mafia enforcer, associate kind of person. But he's just so funny, and I think there's a lot of comedy in the show. I mean, I think that the second funniest person in the show other than him just is Tony in general. I think he's hilarious.
Yeah.
But that ultimately the genius of The Sopranos was that it was able to be such a dark, interesting show that had so much comedy in it, was so funny. I mean, it's one of the funniest shows I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And it is still that show ultimately. And a lot of that is due to characters like him. I mean, you also had Stephen Van Zant's Seal is another, and they oftentimes were paired together in scenes and were good friends in the show, and so therefore acted as foils to each other. But I think what worked so much about him as a kind of fan favorite is just he added a whole other dimension to the show that wasn't showy or obvious or unrealistic either, though. It was very authentic, kind of like we said about James Caan, that it felt authentic even when it was very bombastic, which was kind of
and it's a little more complicated than this, but he was kind of like the Kramer of The Sopranos in terms of, what's he up to now, and what weird random anecdotes.
Oh, the Shrewdell, what's wrong with you?
And I think, to me, we can talk about Paulie's scenes here in just a second, but I think the quintessential Paulie moment that sums up not only him, but in many ways a lot of these characters in this world, is when, as somebody who flashes a lot of money around, it seems like, he's got it all going and he's got it made, that this week's collections are due and he's a little bit short. How's he going to get his money? So he ends up going to his mother's friends in a nursing home's little room, and is trying to get under her bed to find some money he knows she's got stuffed away. She then comes in the room and then challenges him on that. It's like, what the hell are you doing? You need to get out of here. And he quickly realizes it's going to be easier to murder this woman than it will be to explain away what I'm doing in this room. So he then literally takes a pillow and smothers that woman to death. Yeah. And the scene kind of starts off funny, and you kind of we're laughing kind of about it a little bit right now, but I mean, the darkness of what that represents about a human being is that they're going to kill an elderly woman so they can make this week's collections. Now, in the show, the woman was kind of like an unlikable character. Yeah, right. That doesn't take away from the fact she was murdered by a sociopath. That is just such a quintessentially Paulie moment to me that just sums up who he is and what he's willing to do to make sure, again, he makes this week's collections. And I think, too, one of the interesting things was about him when he was starting to get cast as a gangster character, that I saw that he had told, I don't remember if this was just with The Sopranos or with an earlier role, that I think it might have been The Sopranos, that he told the casting directors, I'll be in this, but I'll never play a rat. You will never make me a rat in this. And I think that might be like, oh, that's a big ass. But that actually informs who that character is, too, in terms of he will never rat on it, like turn state's witness or whatever. But that while he's in jail, he might get on the phone and repeat some rumors of things he's heard that was said at a dinner But that's within the code of honor within America.
That's not talking to the police or anything.
But that he's still catty enough to do something like that to just make a point or to ruffle feathers.
And they kind of figure that out.
Johnny Sack's
but nobody really cares about that much because they're like, oh, he's just the guy who said it that it happened. He didn't. So nobody actually ever gets really that mad at him about that. But it's also like, well, he did go down for this charge and he never said anything. So yeah, we'll let him get away with that.
Ralphie does kind of suss out and figure out that's what happened. And then late into the show, there's that episode where he and Tony go kind of go to Florida to go see Beansy, and it's like a very late series kind of episode where it's kind of all about Paulie and Tony's relationship. And
there's a question of whether he might kill him.
Yeah, I mean, and it seems like there's a moment or two where Tony's like, "Yeah, I'm going to kill Paulie." After everything they've been through, he's like an uncle to him and all this stuff. Because he asked him, like, "Did you tell Johnny Sack about what was said?" He's like, "What? No," and he denies it. But deep down, Tony probably knows it. But then ultimately, there's also a moment too that reveals Paulie's humanity, where Paulie's also a very deeply lonely person where he doesn't have any family other than his mother. He never got married. He never had kids. And there's that moment where Tony walks out onto the, if you remember this, the balcony and looks out kind of at night in Florida, and he hears like this sound, and he kind of looks over and sees Paulie in his room by himself watching some stupid sitcom, laughing. And like Tony's looking at him like, what a pathetic person individual he is. But then like that whole episode kind of ends at a point where he almost pities Paulie and still loves Paulie deep down after all they've been through and who he is. And I just remember that as kind of a very quintessentially Tony and Paulie kind of episode. That
one thing I want to remark upon that we kind of glazed over was Ralph Cifaretto's revenge for that act is to call.
I'm going to put the audio of this in here.
Yeah.
That'd be Paulie told Johnny.
You think so?
He hates my success. Thinking about that birthday dinner. Who was there when I told the Ginny Sack joke?
Paulie. I remember Albert saying he didn't get a gift.
It was little Paulie, the witless fucking nephew. He told Paulie. Paulie tells Johnny. Fucking telephone game like high school girls. Want to play phone games? That party was the only time I ever mentioned Shamu's fat ass. Hello, Verona, Green Grove Retirement Home, something. Just connect me.
What the fuck you doing?
Yeah, hello? I'd like to talk to a Mrs. Galtieri. She's a resident there.
One moment, please.
Hello? Mrs. Marianucci Galtieri? Yes. Hi, this is Detective Mike Hunt, Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania Police Department. You have a son, Peter Paul?
Oh, my God, what happened?
He's all right, ma'am, but I'm afraid he's in a little trouble. We found him in a public men's room in Lafayette Park. I don't know how to put this delicately. He was sucking a Cub Scout stick.
What? No, it's a mistake.
Ma'am, I wish that was all. But I'm afraid we had to have emergency surgery performed upon arrival at headquarters after discovery of a small rodent in the rectal passage.
Oh, my God.
A gerbil, ma'am. The county does not cover medical procedures deemed caused by criminal sexual activity. Section 4, paragraph 15. We'll need an insurance number.
Oh, Maroon, I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. Is that all right?
Ma'am, could you hold on for 1 second? I have the hospital on the other line.
So, if you haven't ever known that before, is essentially, this is how pathetic he is to say, my revenge against Paulie for ratting me out to Johnny about this comment I made about his wife is to call Paulie's mother and act as if he's a police officer and that Paulie was caught in a bathroom doing these, like, basically doing some sort of homosexual act. I don't know, and like he was sucking a Cub Scout. You know, I'm not gonna say it, but she's like, "Oh my God!" We say that all the time. Yeah. Oh my God!
Then he asked for her insurance information. And she said, Maron, I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. Yeah, and they're laughing on the other
but
end.
He's like, is your son Peter Paul? I say that all the time. But yeah, and
Ralph should have been an actor. Honestly.
So what ultimately is your favorite Paulie scene?
Yeah, we were talking about this, and you kind of had this same answer, and I think that just makes it mean that it is the universal truth of what it is. Is the scene relatively early on where he goes to a medium, and
what's the context? What's the context of that again? Why did he do that originally? Because what happens in that scene was not why he went there.
Honestly, I can't even remember. It's like relatively earlier on in the show, though. Yeah. He goes to a psychic, and
there's always other people.
Well, you know what? Let's just put the scene in here.
I see. Right.
The spirit put him on hold.
Do you take the name Gregory?
My father.
I understand now. You're Gregory. This is your son. Is your name Daniel?
Yes.
Because I got this image of Daniel in the lion's den. He says you found his body.
Oh, my God.
He's sorry. He knows how traumatic that was. He couldn't take the pain anymore. Gregory, I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? He wants you to know that he was there with you and that you should move on. Yes, go ahead.
What's the problem? What the hell's the matter?
Oh, please, go on. He can't hurt you. You don't have to be afraid. I understand. Yes. I feel your anger.
Who the fuck are you talking to?
Charles. Yes, you have a son. You're with your son?
The fuck? I don't got no kids.
Oh, Sonny.
Pagano?
Kind spirit. Is your name Sonny? Charles Pagano.
How the fuck do you know that?
He says he was your first. But I feel many more.
Hey!
That one's laughing. Poison ivy? He wants to know if it still itches.
Don't fuck with me. Who you been talking to?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Why? What the fuck are they saying?
You really want me to say it?
Fuck you and this bullshit. But that's what this is, you know. Satanic black magic. Sick shit.
I'm asking you to leave, sir.
Yeah? Fucking quiz!
And so what's so great about that scene is, we were talking about this, is that that's a great scene of like taking someone, we normally see him in the Bing or like hanging out with all these gangster characters. We totally take him out of that environment and place him in somewhere where he is the only person who is like who he is.
Right. And
these average, ordinary people, and him totally revealing himself to be the exact same person he is and the way he acts. And his at first, he's BSing. He know what he's talking about, this psychic. And then he brings up very specific things. Now, if you watch the scene closely, you'll see that he actually subtly accidentally reveals certain information that psychic then takes and reuses, but then says things that clearly that psychic would not know about unless he is literally talking to some spirit.
There's a lot of great things about that scene. My favorite one is that when those spirits are talking, it literally, the camera just films dead space in the middle of the
air. As if it's a character. Right. It's like a shot, reverse shot situation.
Yeah, but nothing is happening. And it's just like sitting there. And it's at a really weird space, too. It's like most of the way up the wall in like a random corner. It's like it's floating somewhere. But it doesn't it's like very zoomed in too, where it will like be a close up of a face presumably, but it's just like, and it just films it, it's just dead silence. It's like one of the funniest images I've ever seen. Like
you could tell, knowing David Chase's sense of humor, that was like very much like a product of the whole sense of humor of that show. To like let's take that seriously. But then he he flips out, of course, causes satanic black magic among many other things. And just
throws a folding chair at a window.
And then later on in the show, this is something we talk about a lot, is the scene where he's literally seems like as though he is visited by the Virgin Mary. And that is such a.
Do we just want to put the audio of that in here? Because
very like disquieting, grab you by your throat moment.
Because he just like, it's just the scene starts as if it's like, because like I'm assuming you watched that episode and you're just like watching it, It's like, okay, and he just walks in there, and then that's literally got to be one of the most shocking things ever, because I went into it knowing that was going to happen because I'd seen it that it had happened. But imagine watching that live and you're like, what? And then like a couple episodes later, he just like brings up, oh, by the way, I saw the Virgin Mary over there. Everybody's like, well, that's ridiculous.
He tells Tony in confidence, and Tony kind of belittles him and makes fun of him about it. But another thing too is that look he has. He like right after that scene, he goes into an office and sits down, and he's
just like staring into space.
And let's just admit it, like Tony Sirico is not known as a quote great actor, and I say that with all due respect. But his face in that is actually like a really great moment of acting from him in that show. We can't talk about him and that character without talking about the episode Pine Barrens, which is just him and Christopher.
That's one of my other favorite moments, is when his shoes fall off and he takes a daggum, I guess it's like a glove or like something that he like wraps around his foot, and he's like trying to keep it on there, and he's like got a shoelace that he's got like. And it keeps messing up, and what's funny is his hands are like basically halfway. They're not frostbitten, but they're just like really frozen cold, and he's like, and they're like numb, and he's trying to mess with them, and he just gets so mad he rips the thing off and throws it and yells,
takes his gun out,
mother effer, and shoots the thing. And that's actually how Tony and Bobby find out where they're at, but like it's this thing, he's so fed up that he's like, I will literally take this piece of cloth and shoot it. Like
this isn't really as much of a him moment, but when they get them back in the car and they're driving them and they're like, they got sandwiches for them and they're eating, and like Tony is so pissed off at Paulie, and he's driving, he's like looking in the rearview mirror looking at him. And he's like, and Tony's like, mayonnaise, like on his face after he'd been eating. And he's like, real mad at him. He like wipes it from his mouth. Like I just remember that. But
like he can't even stand that is happening. He has to say something about it.
But one of the most iconic television characters of all time, really. Anyway, so he'll certainly be missed.
Lastly,
he appeared in Goodfellas, by the way, too.
Yes,
mentioned that earlier.
Lastly, we have L.Q. Jones.
L.Q. Jones, who, we were talking about this, he might be one of the last actors with a speaking part, especially one of the main ones, in the Wild Bunch that was living, who recently passed away. That's probably the single biggest movie he was in terms of just sheer what the movie is. He doesn't have a huge part in that, though, but he had a habit of being a kind of a background character actor in a lot of westerns.
He was in a lot of Peckinpah stuff,
But we most remember him from the 90s, I think in particular, him in Casino, but most
we talked about him in that,
Most especially him in The Mask of Zorro as the iconic Three-Fingered Jack, and his final scene in that movie, which we're going to drop a clip of in here, one of the great moments in cinematic history, I would say.
Basura! Up here! Well, now ain't you a sight for sore eyes? Full-grown vultures walking around like real folk. Welcome! Welcome to Hell's Outhouse. Now, they call us the disappeared ones, but as you can see, we ain't exactly disappeared. We just been a little hard to find.
Wait! You! I know you.
You bet you do, Peckerwood. I'm the legendary Three-Finger Jack, and you are a bunch of murdering trash, dressed up in fancy, sweet-smelling doodads.
Ignore him, gentlemen. He's a common thief.
Ha! As common as they come, but I ain't nothing compared to you, gentlemen. I steal gold, I steal money, but you steal people's lives. So damn you, and damn the horse that brung you!
Welcome to Hell's Outhouse.
Great. Just great. Like a guy who has like 2 scenes in a movie. And just totally like, I'm going to dominate both of these scenes that I'm in. Like, he very famously gets shot off a horse kind of at the beginning of the movie. And then, like, and the guy mentions, this is the second time I've shot this man while he was flying through the air.
Yeah.
And just, that's also a great time of instance of his death in that movie, of a character who has literally nothing to lose. He's literally like a vagabond piece of trash in society. Who's been made a slave of sorts, and he's just like, you know what, like, screw you people. I'm just gonna like try to get as far as I can.
He had been thinking about it for months. Like, how am I gonna swing down this? He'd planned it all. Yeah, I mean, let me just say, when I showed that movie, Mask of Zorro, to my students during lunch, because we had so many days we were eating together that we would watch movies the whole year, and that was one of my pick. They just totally loved him in every way, and were like, this is the greatest person ever, like Three-Finger Jack.
I want to be him.
They also really loved the death of Captain Love in that movie, which we would still laugh about after the fact of like, yeah, probably the most violent, one of the most, not violent, like necessarily, but one of the funniest deaths ever in a movie of all the gold falling off.
I mean, this is a whole other discussion, but Mask of Zorro is almost a perfect movie in every way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just great, and really the best of those. We've talked about this at one point in the past. I don't remember what we were talking about it with, but no, The Mummy, I think maybe.
Yeah.
But those just kind of 90 action adventure,
comic
adventure,
film
movies.
serial related movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, L.Q. Jones. I mean, he's been in so many things, and we had kept saying. I mean, and then we forget to mention. I think we forgot to mention that Bo Hopkins died back a couple months ago, or a couple weeks ago. I can't remember how long ago it was. And we talked about him, of course, with American Graffiti, and we just talked about him with when we were talking about Peckinpah as well. But it's interesting that 2 of the last actors alive from the Wild Bunch just recently passed.
Well, I mean, you do the math, that movie's over 50 years old now, so yeah, it makes sense. But he was just always a face that anytime he popped up, oh, God, love him. And even in another movie he was in, I was always like, that's Three-Finger Jack. Like, that's who he is. But a lot of, like we said, a lot of deaths recently, and will certainly all be missed.
I mean, sweet smelling doodads, and you said that as a kid you thought you said sweet smelling do rag, which doesn't even make any sense. But I always thought you said today, which makes even less sense. But yeah, R.I.P. L.Q. Jones.
So now though, we're gonna get into our film of the day, and again, I just got a text from him a little bit ago. He's on his way, so he'll be here very soon. Wim Wenders himself joining us in studio to talk about his 1977 film, The American Friend.
He even said he's going to do the commentary with us, even though he already did a commentary, I believe, with Hopper at some point. So
we'll play that by ear.
Yeah.
But Levi, you tell us.
No, it's going to happen. He said it's going to happen.
Yeah, he did, but I'm just saying, you never know. You know, a man like him is busy. I don't know, but we'll see.
You saying he's a liar?
Tell us about. We'll ask him that if he's a liar. Right. Well, tell us about The American Friend.
Okay. The American Friend is a 1977 neo-noir film by Wim Wenders, adapted from the 1974 novel Ripley's Game by Patricia Highsmith, of course, based off of the Tom Ripley character. It features Dennis Hopper as that career criminal, Tom Ripley, and Bruno Ganz as Jonathan Zimmerman, who is a terminally ill picture framer whom Ripley coerces into becoming an assassin. The plot of the movie is essentially that Tom Ripley, who's this career criminal who basically this con man is able. He's like wanting to. There's these murders these assassinations hits that have to take place. To help his friend. He's this French criminal, Raoul Minot, played by director Gerard Blain. And that basically he's thinking, okay, we need to find somebody who can do this for us that we won't be that connected to, whatever. I always find it interesting in a lot of these movies like this and The Killing of a Chinese Bookie that a pretense to basically get this whole wrong man impulse or this like average every man getting involved with these criminals is that we're going to make this guy do this thing. It's like, why don't y'all do it yourself? Mm-hmm. Like, because it all leads to their own destruction anyway. Yeah. I don't know why they think that getting a person who can't do the job correctly is a good idea. But that in relation to these two movies, randomly, that both of these people actually are relatively competent in doing it. But that Gans's character is this, he has this like blood disease of some sort, and that basically he's wanting to make sure that he has enough money to leave for his family as a wife and a son. And that's why he kind of agrees to do this. The reason that Ripley as Hopper ever thinks of him, or Hopper as Ripley, Tom Ripley playing Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
Dennis Hopper.
Yeah.
The reason he even does that is because Gans's character knows, that's that guy that deals in all this art forgery. I don't really like you. And they meet once, and he's like, I don't want to talk to you, basically.
Yeah.
And that he's like, well, I'm going to make you do this thing. And basically put you into this viper's nest as a revenge tactic. But then over the course of the movie, they kind of are like, I actually kind of like you, and decide that he's going to...
It becomes a buddy movie, kind of, especially in its second half,
Which I don't know if that's the case as much with Ripley's Game, the novel. We can ask Vim about this later. But that we had seen that originally he was wanting to make a Patricia Highsmith adaptation. He had made all his road movies. He wanted to make something more of like an actual plot and more of a thriller. He was a big fan of Patricia Highsmith. And essentially, he was unable to direct and adapt any of her stuff because it was all basically taken by some other studio. But that she basically allowed him to read Ripley's Game, which hadn't even been published yet. Nobody even knew about it, not even her publisher or anybody. And so therefore he read that, and she basically said, you can make this into a movie instead. And so he kind of changed a lot of things about it and kind of made it his own. But yeah, so we'll go through the cast here. Dennis Hopper is Tom Ripley. We've, of course, talked about Dennis Hopper a lot on this podcast, but Tom Ripley was supposed to be more of a little bit of a different kind of character than what Hopper was supposed to be. Didn't you read The Talented Mr. Ripley at some point?
Yeah, so I've read the first of those books.
What's your takeaway of, first of all, that book, Highsmith in general, and maybe that specific character about maybe the way he's supposed to be portrayed?
Well, we should also just say up top, this is the second adaptation of a Patricia Highsmith novel we've done on here, Carol.
Right.
Was written by her.
Yeah.
I think The Price of Salt was the name of that book. But she was obviously among the most prominent queer writers.
Yeah.
Really of any era, but especially in the era she worked. And a lot of her works have queer coatings in them, going back as far as Strangers on a Train, Alfred Hitchcock. And certainly, Carol or Price of Salt is an explicitly queer story. Talented Mr. Ripley, and the whole Ripley character, my understanding of it, is very clearly, in and of itself, kind of a queer, almost action-adventure of sorts character in terms of someone who's a spy, someone who's living these double lives. And I think that's a narrative that she really specialized in, was those. I really thought a lot of the novel, Talented Mr. Ripley, I thought it was pretty good. I don't know how apt I am to go and read more of the Ripley novels, but I did really like that one in many ways because I thought it just told such a kind of great, complete story. But I think one of the reasons her work has had such lasting staying power is because it has a sort of all of these movies or stories have a sort of a page-turner, paperback, melodramatic quality to them that makes them, the plots and the stories, immediately interesting and immediately lurid or immediately exciting. but that queer subtext that lies behind a lot of these stories is something that I think she really excelled at.
Yeah.
And certainly made it novel of when these things were coming out, when you didn't have as much, not only queer literature, but queer cinema of any sort. So I think that made these, in many ways, why these things have a contemporary relevance even to this day. But also the movie Town of Mr. Ripley, which has Matt Damon and Jude Law in it, is a really good adaptation of that book. It's actually pretty close to that. But so this story as well, even, and the more I've watched it, the more I've picked up on it, has a homoerotic quality.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would say the relationship between Ripley and Zimmerman, Jonathan, in the movie is not explicitly homosexual, but it does, especially Ripley is, when you watch this movie, kind of seeing Ripley more as a queer character. I think the movie and the narrative only gets stronger because Jonathan himself is not a queer character, but he strikes up this unlikely friendship and relationship with, that exists between these two characters.
Yeah.
And so I'd say, I've only read that one book by Highsmith, but I've seen a lot of adaptations of her work, obviously with Stranger on a Train, Carol, and this, and The Town of Miss Ripley itself. So I think as far as getting the essence of the Tom Ripley oeuvre of sorts, it gets it. Now, in terms of like this character compared with who Ripley is in that original novel, and even say the adaptation of it, The Town of Mr. Ripley, is a more rougher, coarser version of that than what those things are. But that also is the equation of Wenders taking this project on, and also of Hopper portraying this character. That it is a more even, but it's also an older version of the character too. That should be said. Is someone who's more world weary.
Yeah.
Someone who's a little bit more cynical, but nonetheless, even with all the plot machinations going on, still finds the time to strike up this relationship with Jonathan. That by the movie's end is kind of sad considering what happens to Jonathan, but nonetheless, something that's going to go on, if that explains kind of what you're asking. But in terms of, all these stories have queer coding to them. And again, when I first saw this movie, I didn't even necessarily pick up on that. But then since going back and reading Highsmith stuff and kind of connecting the dots and saying, she did these other things, I certainly, the more I watch the movie, especially with the Ripley character in particular, see a lot more of these queer codings of it present.
Yeah, and I think he's really great in it. It's a kind of a weird Hopper performance. He seems very sort of subdued, especially coming off of making Apocalypse Now he made. What's crazy is that his role in that movie was essentially finished, and yet that movie didn't come out for 2 years until after this movie was made.
And really, if you probably do the math, they mostly shot this movie in probably like 76.
Yeah.
So it's really more like 3 years.
Yeah,
in some ways, if you think about it in terms of when would it came out,
but it's just insane.
Yeah, have we done a Dennis Hopper movie on here already? I know we've talked about him.
I feel like we have, and I can't remember what it is. Let me look at a list. But we talked about him some when we talked about David Lynch and
huge fan of Dennis Hopper. He's one of my absolute favorite actors, and I think again he is a very perceptive person to play this type of part. Because,
maybe we haven't, actually.
Yeah, I'm looking here at the movies we've done. I'm not sure if we have or not. I just feel like we talk about him a lot, so I'm not sure if we talk about him on the pod. But this was in the heart of kind of before he really made his comeback in the 80s. He was kind of seen more as a pariah of Hollywood, and I think that all that cachet only adds to his performance and his character in this movie. As someone who's kind of a loose screw and a loose cannon, but has this sensual but also sensitive side that, some of the most memorable scenes of this movie are him by himself, recording himself or taking pictures of himself, kind of in these monologues to himself that are very memorable. And again, I think capture Hopper at a very particular place of vulnerability, literally with his career and with his life, that I think is a metatextual morsel within the movie that I really pick up on and enjoy.
Bruno Ganz is Jonathan Zimmerman. This was notably Bruno Ganz' first actual film performance. He's more of a theater actor, excuse me. He I know, and Hopper, of course, didn't get along originally.
Yeah,
with
I think
making the movie.
Vim had said in one of his emails that he's got some stories to tell us about that in particular.
But that, yeah, I mean, Bruno Ganz is great in everything I've ever seen him in. Notably, a little bit after this, he was also in the Werner Herzog Nosferatu remake as Jonathan Harker in that. Of course, was later in Wings of Desire.
That's probably these two things are the first things I always think of him as.
And then far later, did we? I think we talked about him when he passed away, didn't we?
I think we did
on here, maybe. He was also notably in Downfall as Hitler. And then I'm looking here, Counselor he was in. That movie felt like it was just trying to be the American friend, and we talked about that in the past. But and then The House That Jack Built is the newest movie I had seen him in, and he was lastly, one of his last movies was A Hidden Life. He was in Winter Journey, which was after that.
Yeah.
But The House That Jack Built, I remember him being really great in that too. Is basically a version of Virgil, the poet. But yeah, what are your thoughts on Bruno Ganz, particularly in this movie and maybe in general?
He's a great wrong man type of character because he's somebody who clearly is really great at his job, is like, you know, he can like detect and pick up on this art forgery that's happening, but is a good, honorable man who loves his wife, who loves his son. And it's just one of those classic, I don't think I have a very long to live, and so I've got to get caught up into this plot to help pay for these things. You know, to help pay for my family, to make sure they're safe. And, you know, kind of, and what I like too is that, like, some of the things he does, while he's certainly capable, are kind of messy. He feels like an average person thrown into this extraordinary set of circumstances. And again, he's, you know, again, his scenes with Hopper, he's, you know, this isn't the Hopper that's exactly over the top in some of the performances we know and recognize him from.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, it is there is a difference there between their performance styles, and he's clearly someone much more reserved, much more rehearsed, versus Hopper, someone who clearly plays off the moment and the spontaneity of the moment. So I think a lot of him in this movie, and it almost speaks to how great he is as an actor within this part, that he's not necessarily one of the first few things I even think of with this movie, even though he ostensibly is the lead of the movie.
He was the lead. He was the lead in the movie.
And I think, you know, he's even greater in many ways of Wings of Desire, but that's also, I think, a even meatier role in part for him to take, and one of Wenders' greatest works, of course. So I think he's amazing in the movie. But again, he's so good at what this part demands that it almost, you don't think about him as much as you do some of the other aspects of it.
Yeah.
At least for me.
Yeah, I think he's really great, and that he has this very strange transition in the movie from that more just normal guy. And it feels like he's doing these things that he does in the movie. It's like a weird, and I feel like this is sort of an inspiration for eventually what will become Breaking Bad in its own way, of like somebody who has to do this thing for his family. But after a while, he doesn't necessarily become so much villainous as he just doesn't really care anymore about anything in particular and just kind of doing it because whatever, you know.
Yeah. And it seemed like his character later in the movie, not totally, but mostly operates under the assumption, well, my family's not really going to be hurt or brought into this, so I don't really care what happens to me as a result, because there's not going to be as much consequences for them.
Right.
You know.
His wife in the movie, Lisa Kreuzer, is Marianne Zimmerman. She, I don't remember her in these, but I think was in the Road movie.
She was in Alice in the Cities as the girl's mother. I remember
Kings
her.
of the Road, all those she's in. She's also randomly in the Grand Budapest Hotel, and that TV show Dark, that German show.
She's really good. I mean, there's not a lot for her to do in the movie. I mean, she's essentially playing a pretty stock wife character role, so she's good for what she's in, but not the biggest role in the movie, you know. Yeah. Certainly an afterthought in many ways.
Yeah, she was also in that movie Radio On, which I've heard of. It's a British road movie that was directed by, it was shot by Wim Wenders' assistant cameraman Martin Schaefer, so I think it was very much inspired by Wenders' work in the late 70s, but anyway. we'll go through the rest of these a little bit quicker. Gerard Blaine as Raoul Minot. He's the French gangster in the movie. He was a director. A lot of these people in the movie are directors, but as far as his movies go, there's not really many that I recognize. He made a movie called The Friends, and another movie called The Pelican, A Child in the Crowd, Second Wind, The Rebel. A lot of these he was the writer of also. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he's not somebody I'm familiar with his work very much, but I feel like he fits this movie pretty well as far as he looks the part of a German, a French gangster. You have any thoughts on him in the movie much?
No, I think he makes for a good...
He's not actually in it a whole lot.
But you're not really sure if he's like the antagonist of the movie or like what. There's a lot of the movie he just kind of he floats in and out of the background, and I think that in this criminal world in Europe at this time, that makes a lot of sense for this guy. You're not exactly sure whose side he's on, if he's got Zimmerman's interest at heart, or if he's obviously clearly more looking out for himself. Something we talk about a lot and we'll probably laugh about when we get to the movie is like he's like, they bombed my flat in Paris, just kind of randomly, just like,
it's like,
okay.
When did that happen? It's like that story you tell about Tron when you went to go see that, and there's a part in the movie.
Yeah, I'll tell this. I think I might have told this on here before, but at UNCW, when they have these Hawk-Ins where they have these big movie marathons of a bunch of things, and they have the wisdom to show Tron at like 1 a.m. or something crazy like that, and I didn't really like the movie, but my opinions on it shouldn't be taken all that seriously because I saw it at that time and I was kind of lucid, and there was like sometime halfway through the movie where one of the characters, and again the movie's literally kind of hard to see at times, the way it looks, and one of the characters says Tron is dead, and like they're like more than half the crowd's just like a sleeper out of it, and just some guy all of a sudden just yells like, when did that happen? And I was kind of thinking the same thing, and a lot of us kind of laughed that we're awake, but and
that we're awake is the most is the operative phrase there, but anyway, Gerard Blaine is in this sparingly, but he's interesting. Other directors in this, because that's most of what we're going to be talking about the rest of the time here. Nicholas Ray as Derwatt. Nicholas Ray, we've probably talked about somewhat on here before, of director of Rebel Without a Cause, Bigger Than Life, Johnny Guitar, They Live by Night, all kinds of movies. We could talk forever about him as a director, and we'll do that at a later date. I guess right now we talk about him in the movie. What do you think about his whole just presence, performance,
I remember when I first saw this
movie,
and I saw him in it, and I don't think I necessarily knew exactly that was Nicholas Ray when the first time I was watching it, as far as early on in the movie. Being utterly captivated by whoever this person is. He's obviously got an eye patch, and he wore that a lot in real life. In his later years,
have or need use for.
Well, I mean, there's a scene in the movie where he's kind of like, he's got his hands and he's like putting them over his eyes, and it's almost like he's deciding which one do I want the eye patch to be on.
Right.
His scenes between him and Hopper are literally some of my absolute favorite cinema. Period.
And the best thing is that they make no sense.
I mean,
as far as what's going on. Like,
I think I want to read a little bit later from Kale's review some things she said about this movie, because I think even when I disagree with her, she's got some brilliant things to say. But I think she called this scenes like incomprehensible or like something along those lines. But it's like they're almost speaking past each other.
Yeah,
they're like I'm gonna say this, and you're gonna say that, and they might connect and they might not. But a lot of it has to do, too, with just the cachet of who both of those men are, and the more you learn about each of them and situate them in the movie and how they interact, it just adds depths of meaning and layers to it. They work together, as you said earlier, on Rebel Without a Cause, and had a tempestuous relationship. And one of the special features we watched, and we can ask Vim about kind of these interactions, too. I'm sure he has even more insights to share. That they hadn't really maybe even seen each other really since the 50s. And then he's like, oh, why don't you have Nicholas Ray play this part and bring him in? And that just speaks to who Hopper was as a person. I'm fascinated by this type of person, and this fits into a lot of Wenders' interests, even though I'm not at all this type of person who is just so transient
Yeah.
And just so all over the place that you might not see somebody for nearly 20 years and you just, pick up like old times. And just like, I'm just so not that kind of person. And so it's just, I'm fascinated by depictions of that.
Nicholas Ray was somebody that I think was in a lot of debt and needed some money, or had some money problems at the time. He hadn't really made anything in a while. He was more of a teacher, I think, in New York at the time. This movie kind of served as a important kind of
and so I just like, and every time I watch
the
the movie, I'm just like, and there are deleted scenes for this movie. You can watch some. I just always wish there were more scenes of Ray in the movie.
He's the last image in the movie, too, randomly, which is just like, why are we going back to this? And, I don't know, but I love it. I don't know what it means, but I love it. As Talladega Nights.
I just love their scenes together. They're so cryptic. They're so mysterious. And one reason I think this movie works so well, and this is part of this, is the amount of shared history and world this whole thing builds, and doesn't totally go into it. It lets you just imagine it for yourself, and there's just so few movies that do that. Another release from 1977 we've talked about that does a similar thing is Star Wars. Now, if you watch the original Star Wars for what it was at the time, that single movie, the Clone Wars, and this whole relationship between Ben Kenobi and Darth Vader, or their father, there's all this shared history that we are not privy to. Now, you jump to what Star Wars is in 2022. It's been utterly, and I don't use this word lightly, raped by Disney, by these corporations who want to fill in every single little detail. And what I love so much about this movie, and Ray fits into this, is just the amount of detail that is suggested and hinted at, but it doesn't feel the need to go into. And I just really love that whole principle for genre storytelling. That's what, this shorthand that a lot of genre storytelling fits into. I think this is a huge, fits into this in a big, big way that I really love. And his character is part and parcel with that. And so I love, love, love the scenes of them in the movie. For the longest time, both of them in the movie was my lock screen for my phone. And so that just shows you what this means to me, and those scenes I just love, love, love.
This production was the first time that Nicholas Ray and Samuel Fuller ever met, which is so weird because I think of them as kind of two sides of the same coin. And Samuel Fuller, we've talked a lot about on here and there. We've yet to do one of his movies officially, but is one of my favorite directors. Funnily enough, when I actually first saw this movie, I bought it. By the way, he's credited as the American. He's a mafia guy in the movie, who's also later somebody that needs to be assassinated at some point. Has one of my favorite hot mic moments in any movie. We'll talk about when we get to it. I like to ask them about that when we're watching the movie with him, which he's clearly going to do, as we've talked about, because he promised he was going to do the commentary. So
I'm sure when we get to that moment, he'll tell us all about it.
Right, because I have a lot of questions that I'm not going to ask him when I have the chance here in a few moments.
Sure.
Because we'll have all the time.
Yeah, right. Absolutely.
But anyway, him in that movie, when I first saw him, I was like, the Samuel Fuller guy. And I'd actually seen The Big Red One years ago, and remembered a lot about that movie, but didn't ever know who had made it or think anything about it, really. But I bought The American Friend along with Shock Corridor around the same time, and saw both of those movies in the same few days, and was blown away by both of them. But that Samuel Fuller in this movie, and he randomly had a habit of showing up in other movies. He randomly was in Pierrot Le Fou as himself. I have a lot of random thoughts about that I think are ridiculous. But was very much a favorite of a lot of European filmmakers of the time, because he made movies that were more... And he actually made a lot of movies... Yeah, and he made a lot of movies in France, actually, later in his career, because that was the only place he could make any movies, essentially. And that became the case also. David Lynch could make movies in America, but he got a lot of money from the French. And so that was common of a lot of more art house or more independent or just more generally expressive and transgressive filmmakers of the late classic Hollywood or early new Hollywood period that were making movies that were more wild and crazy and transgressive, that they would make movies in France.
About Ray and Fuller and what makes them so fascinating to put in this same movie together, even though they don't share scenes, which I think is interesting, but is that they were both, they made movies in the classic Hollywood Ray more so, I think, than even Fuller did. Fuller was just a touch behind. But they made movies in that kind of classic Hollywood system, but they had a personality and they had this flair that eventually worn off in Hollywood. And Hollywood was like, we don't want movies that are, I don't know, good. Or just
well,
had
that was
this
kind of the Hemingway
personality
effect, too.
Yeah.
I mean, all these, like, macho men filmmakers. But what was interesting about Ray and Fuller is they made movies that were about people that were not only very vulnerable, but also movies that championed women, that championed these more minorities or more homoerotic sensibilities that other filmmakers didn't even have never even would have thought of doing, and that they were interested in that consistently. So yeah, they represent this very strange contradiction that wasn't really a contradiction at all. But yeah, I think Fuller's great in the movie. He's only in it a little bit, but every second he's on screen, I love it. Of course, he's smoking a cigar the whole time that he's in it.
Yeah.
I mean, they talked about how, I can't remember, I heard this somewhere, and Vim can maybe talk about this, but that at some point when they were together, he smoked 2 whole cigars in one sitting, I think when they were editing the movie or doing something together, that it was like some crazy thing.
And I know he was obviously, and Wenders probably talk about this too, that he was a big mentor to Wenders personally and kind of encouraged him.
That was also the case of Jim Jarmusch, that he was a big friend of his as well, and randomly in The Dead Don't Die, there was that random Easter egg of like one of the, I think the Iggy Pop grave that he comes out of in the movie is Samuel Fuller's grave or whatever, and it's like, and so Iggy Pop is
Nicholas
Samuel Fuller.
Ray was also a huge influence on Jarmusch as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Peter Lilienthal is Marcangelo. He was a film director also. He's that guy in the movie that wears the hat some. He's like one of the like guys that walks around with Fuller a lot in the movie. We'll point him out when he's in the movie. But he made a movie called David, which was kind of a Holocaust movie that I know was kind of a big movie, one of his bigger ones. Also, Das Autogramm. But so he was also a filmmaker as well. I don't remember a whole lot about him in the movie. A lot of these people just kind of are in the movie. They don't do a whole lot. Daniel
just background
Schmid,
hood cameos, basically. Yeah.
Daniel Schmid is Ingram. I believe he's also a guy that shares some of the same scenes. Looking up here. I'm gonna look up his picture. Bear with us. Not seeing a picture of him here. But yeah, he was also... Oh, he's that guy that was the Jewish American guy that they were going to kill in the movie, I think. If that's the guy I'm thinking of, I'm pretty sure it is. He has one of the most randomly funny performances in the movie if he's just mostly just walking around. Love his fit, by the way, of like the blue coat and the suit and everything. But there's those scenes where like Bruno Ganz is following him around on the train, and he just kind of stops and staring right at him like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Following me around, acting weird, and Ganz is just kind of like, oh, I'm not doing this. But he just stares straight at him like, what are you about at all? And I just think it's a funny, random performance. John Eustache as Friendly Man, he's literally only in one scene, and that scene after Bruno Ganz had hurt himself, and he goes to this bar, and he's there. Nothing really to say about him particularly. These other people, I'm not even aware of who they are exactly. Well, there's one guy in the movie, I have to look up his name here. He was in The Exorcist. That German guy at the beginning of the movie. Who's like the German butler. You know that German guy in the movie?
Yeah, I was going to say, well, there's a few of those. American Friend.
Yeah. Yeah, he's that guy that he's at the beginning. He's also randomly the butler in The Exorcist. He's also in some other of his films. Yeah, he was in Kings of the Road. He was that guy that like ran that like shop that they were in some in the movie. Right? But yeah, he's in only the beginning of it. And then some guy named David Blue is Alan Winter, who's like a American folk singer. It shows picture here.
You know,
this guy.
I randomly saw him like kind of hanging out in the back. I recently rewatched Rolling Thunder Review.
Yeah.
And saw him walking around, and I was thinking, I've seen this guy before.
Yeah.
What is he in? That's
yeah,
what
it says,
is.
yeah, he's in that, yeah. He was also in Ronaldo and Clara, that
Dylan movie, yeah.
Yeah, it says that he was kind of part of that scene of Bob Dylan, Phil Oakes, Dave Van Ronk, Tom Paxton, Bob Newirth.
But I saw him walking around, I was like, I've seen that guy before.
He randomly wrote the Eagles song Outlaw Man.
Okay.
But yeah, so he was like I'm assuming, that he was a friend of Wenders.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of everybody in the movie as far as the actors go.
He's nearly here, but we can talk a little bit about Vim.
Yeah, I mean,
he's
he's driving down the road. He's almost here. But, I'll cede a lot of this to you because I am a Wenders fan, but you'll say a lot of things.
So this is
more.
probably my third favorite film. Period. I was looking at. I think I would only, for me personally, as favorites rank The Master and The Godfather above this. And you had seen this movie a little bit before I had.
Yeah.
And you had described it as like the fourth or fifth film in a franchise that doesn't have any other movies exactly before it. And I remember hearing that and thinking, what's that about? What's up with that? And then I actually watched the movie and I absolutely agree with that idea. I'll start with this movie before I kind of go with Vim more so. What I love so deeply about this movie, as I was saying earlier, is obviously you love crime dramas and kind of crime stories. But this one has this kind of transnational quality that it's, a little bit in, obviously, German and English, got some French thrown in there, that it just feels so transnational. And it leaves all these things to the imagination, that it's like the atmosphere of it, and a lot of that's owed to Robbie Mueller's amazing photography. But Wenders' direction and the way he frames things, it feels like in the best way what like kind of I won't say trashy, but like a kind of fairly not remarkable pot boiler, but given in the hands of somebody who has this vivid cinematic sense, what they do with it. And there's a lot of great versions of that over the course of cinema. Hitchcock thrived in such environments in a lot of ways.
I mean, he adapted Strangers on a Train, of course. So Highsmith has always been kind of a part of that sensibility, I think.
Yeah, we were hinting at earlier. But I just so love this movie for that reason. And this was ultimately, I think for a lot of other people in various ways at times, my gateway into Wenders' larger other work. And so much of him has been wrapped around what the quote road movie and his kind of obsession with road movies and transient qualities of his cinema. I want to go a little bit off of something that, as I was saying earlier, I don't quite agree with some of the things Kell says here. Obviously, we've talked about Pauline Kell before, film critic for The New Yorker. And kind of in a lot of its older glory days. She wrote this review and it was published on October of 1977. This is from kind of the last little bit of her review, and I want to kind of take something she says here and elaborate on it, but I want to read from the last little bit of her review, which you can find online. Wenders has a movie maker's visual imagination, and his unsettling compositions are neurotically beautiful visions of a disordered yet functioning world. Dramatically, though, the entire film is stagnant, inverted Wagnerism. The unease of the generalized moral degradation overpowers Jonathan's individual story. Wenders has the style of someone who's aware of what he's doing, but that's not enough. Look at Joseph Losey. Wenders is like a more garish, grainier Losey.
I think she misspelled it that first time.
Okay, Losey under mud. Is that why the film is being called a masterpiece? A great many new German films are being called masterpieces. After Vietnam and Watergate, it's understandable that Americans should begin to wonder if morally we are any different from the Germans and experience a psychological rapprochement, a new closeness to directors who drudge around in guilt. With nihilism in the air here, the extreme moralism of the Germans may be appealingly exotic. Moralism may be part of the new attraction of science fiction, too. American directors may have lost the primitive visionary qualities that make new German films so mysterious, but they have an understanding of narrative that the young Germans don't have. The American Friend is a masterpiece for people who think a movie can't be worthwhile unless it makes you suffer. Emotionally, the drip-drip of Wenders' poetic urban machismo, which is intended to be anti-bourgeoisie filmmaking, is indistinguishable from the heavy-going German films of the Emil Jannings period. Actually, Yannings was a more robust masochist than Bruno Ganz. And Wenders isn't satisfied by Gans's anguish. He also gives Hopper a crack-up and lonely finish. Wenders is not only turgid, he's exhibitionistly turgid. There's too much imprecise, dark-lighted desperation in The American Friend. By the time it grinds to a halt, you feel your mind is clouded. Now, her review was more mixed and negative on the movie, but something she said in there actually was like, "Oh, I think this is why she was a great critic." I've not been able to exactly figure out what I love about Wenders, but she kind of expressed here is you can maybe talk a little bit too about like new German cinema. You've seen some more movies from Fassbinder, and obviously Herzog was another good name that came out of this. But what I love about Wenders in particular, and his works have often been labeled as the most easily accessible of the German New Wave, more in large part because that, but also his love of American culture, clearly that shines through in his movies. It's, of course, for American audiences we respond to. But when they came about in this time of incredible cynicism in the 70s, as she mentioned, post-Watergate, post-Vietnam, this deep, dark questioning of, and we've talked about this over and over again in the new Hollywood cinema that America was making, but of this questioning of, are we the, quote, bad guys? Or, when we have all this, destructive bureaucracy by the government or by Nixon or because of Watergate and Vietnam, all these big things, that, as she says here, was it something that American audiences, not only then, but even now, are responding to of this this beaten down, worn down nihilism or cynicism of what a German would have been thinking in, say, the mid to late 70s as someone who had been raised as a defeated people, who had came about in this culture where they had kind of been preached to or lectured to in many ways that, by pure occupation in many ways, that American culture was the halcyon culture of the world and something that should be celebrated and embraced. Again, so much of Wenders' cinema, going all the way back to even Alice in the Cities, I mean, that movie kind of takes place in a great many places, some of it in America.
Starts out,
and I think, his own, I'm sure, I don't want to make this all about just nations, because I think, obviously, we're talking about individuals with personalities and their own individual things. But what Wenders represents, at least for Germany at this time, is a vision of someone who is thoughtful and could easily be caught up in the nihilism of the world, but there's something inherently optimistic about a road picture or a road movie, even when it ends in melancholic terms, is the sense of, well, over that horizon, I'll get some truth. Over that horizon, I'll get some enlightenment that this current present situation is not giving me. And I think it's very poetic to think about Germany in those terms of again, his road trilogy of movies he made in the 70s, is that's where they were at that time. That the kind of this reality of what Germany was in the 70s, and then eventually America became in this time too, was, again, you could get lost in this cynicism, but again, over that horizon to the next hotel, to the next byway, the next highway, maybe there I'll find this enlightenment that I've so desperately craved. Paris, Texas, one of my very favorite movies, I think one of the greatest films of all time, in many ways is a rumination on that idea in a much more explicitly American sense. It's a very American story, co-written in part by Sam Shepard. Very, obviously all American cast pretty much with that. Although it does have, what's her name in it? It's a German actress.
Natasha Kinski.
Natasha Kinski, of course. But a very American, deeply American story, and told brilliantly from a German's point of view, which I think is very brilliant about the movie. This is not exactly a road movie, but it traffics in many of Wenders' own kind of cinematic interests.
It goes between
of that
a lot
melancholy,
of
of that nihilism, but ultimately of that, but let me at least... I have a goal or an objective, whether it be the restoration of a family or a restoration of myself, to try to prepare a way while I myself may be doomed to death. And I think that's that as a metaphor is as apt a description of what Wenders' films are about as anything. Another movie like Wings of Desire, one of his, of course, greatest movies and one of course, the greatest movies ever, is a rumination of someone who is immortal wanting to become mortal.
Yeah.
As an angelic figure, set amongst the backdrop of course, the Berlin Wall, only a few years prior to its actually coming down. And that in of itself is a great last will and testament to, in many ways, the melancholy that West Germany was faced with post-World War II, but also of itself being divided after World War II. And so those are all deep thematic loves and interests I have of Wenders. His movies just look amazing.
Yeah.
They just move amazingly. He gets great performances. I don't know what else to say in many ways other than they good movie. They're just great films that stand the test of time in many ways all these decades later as a very brilliant contribution that Germany made to the cinema of this time period, which was already strong across a great many other nations. But again, I do think there was a lot of credence to why these films were very popular and had a following here in America above all else, was because his own love and nostalgia for America, whether it be not just musically, the music of America, or Britain too, obviously with rock and roll, but I think too, we so often, and I've talked to various friends or students I've had that have spent time in Europe, that in Europe you can take a car and drive around. Obviously you see that in something like Kings of the Road, but a lot of it is by train or by these other things. You need a passport to get between these countries. The open road is a very, I think, American concept that somebody like Wenders really responded to and made a meal out of in a great many of his movies, most especially in Paris, Texas, but in a great many others. What about Wenders for you?
The only thing I'll just emphasize and add, because I agree with all that, is just that, I think he's it's his humanism that remains part of being so beloved, along with his cinematography, obviously with Robbie Mueller being the biggest of those.
Who died a few years ago as well.
Being the biggest of those that he worked with. To focus on the new German cinema, I think what makes him different from Fassbinder or Herzog, with a little bit I've seen, like for example, you take with Fassbinder, you take like The Merchant of Four Seasons, for example, which is a movie you've seen also. You have seen that, right?
Yeah.
I think that movie's all about this kind of post-war desolation economically for a man and his family, and the kind of abusive domestic violence that occurs in the home, and just the general just awfulness of his life, and things that I think took a lot from Fassbinder's life, from what I've heard. You take something like that along with like Werner Herzog's Aguirre, The Wrath of God, and that's all about. And obviously that's from a Spanish point of view, but this idea of colonialism and the New World and exploration, and that kind of madman search for meaning, and all the destruction that comes as a result of that. Those are all very German ideas, but I think what really works about Wenders is showing that other side, that more sullen rather than angry side, I guess, of Germany at the time, along with just being a very humanist, exploration of people that didn't have to be explicitly German. It could just be very international in
and
ways
frankly,
that other
in
movies,
many ways, in the West,
weren't.
In the West, like as far as Western civilization, what it was mid-century, that ennui translates to a great many countries. It just is a very Western sensibility of where the West was in a post-World War II setting. Not just explicitly just Germany, but even eventually that extends to America. Later on.
Yeah. So that's about all I think I have to add to what you said. Because as far as his take on the genre movie, it's clear that he had made these road movies and even Paris, Texas would be that. Wings of Desire was very much a different thing, but Until the End of the World was another version of that. As far as this being a genre movie, I think it fits in with something like The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, where it's a lot more about the style and the performances and the characters than the plot explicitly. But I think it has this very epic scale, and all these different places and locales and people involved in what's going on, that it gives on a more epic, I think probably the most epic nature of the movies we've done so far. Second only, I think the second to this would probably be so far The Friends of Eddie Coyle, maybe, as far as all the different people. That's only in Boston. but that I think he adds to it also just a very cool style that had been kind of starting to happen in certain movies. But I think the difference between something like this and The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, which looks really great, it just looks cheaper, more garish in its color palette, more gaudy. This is a lot more considered and cool and cold looking and very colorful, and it looks really great for a genre movie, which is not usually the case around this time. What are your thoughts on that as far as
I think
genre?
I think of this as a kind of a crime drama, crime thriller, but ultimately what it is, and it gets described as this all the time, and I don't necessarily put it in this box, but it definitely is neo-noir.
Yeah.
And I think it's coming after making these road movies, and the road movie is a genre or subgenre, does have its conventions, but those movies are not as based around, at least explicitly, on plot. It's about just kind of what does going, and I say this and it might sound like I'm rolling my eyes at this, but I love a lot of stories that do this, so I'm not even doing that. But it's like, what am I going through in my life right now? What is all these questions I ask myself? These people I meet, what does it all mean, man? Kind of stories. This actually, as a genre effort, has a plot structure to it. Now, as Cale was pointing out, while it does have a plot, that is not almost the primary engine of the movie. The more why you come to this movie over and over again, or even for the first time, is the atmosphere, is the cinephilia of the movie. Not just explicitly in casting these directors in it. It clearly knows what conventions it's in and playing with. Not even just as a, quote, neo-noir, but even as an adaptation of a Highsmith novel or working in this, like, just thriller tradition of movie. There were a lot of comparisons we read in these reviews to Hitchcock. I think one review said something like, this is, it might have been the Criterion essay. This is as good, this is on par with anything Hitchcock's ever done. Yeah. And I think that's a little hyperbolic. Yeah. I love this movie. This is my favorite movie, but come on, sit down.
Yeah.
It just is very clearly reveling in its moviness.
Yeah.
In a way that some of those previous road movies are sometimes going for a more realistic patina.
I wouldn't even say literary either. It's just very like real, like I said, realistic, almost like like a documentary.
Yeah, verite at times.
Right.
But this movie is reveling in its moviness, and I think the perfect marriage between those things are something like Paris, Texas, that is very clearly a grand cinematic work, but also kind of more literary. You know what I mean? Right. It's a combination of some of these things, but I think this is the textbook definition. Killing of a Chinese Bookie was another version of this in its own great way, of what happens when you take this grand cinematic artist and give them a more of a potboiler crime genre sort of movie, and the great things they can do with that. Right. And so I think this is just why this stands the test of time as a kind of a moody, eerie genre movie, is because you get somebody of Wenders' quality and somebody of the prestige of Robbie Mueller to shoot and light this thing that gives it this other world. It's like it's almost as if you like read a Patricia Highsmith novel and kind of go to sleep right after, and it's like this. It's not like hyper expressionistic exactly, but like the way the movie looks and the poetry of the dialogue at times is not explicitly based on plot. While there is a plot there, it just adds this eerie, moody quality to it that I really love. Yeah. And I think why I love this movie so much is because it takes a crime genre sort of a movie, but it has this, again, not exactly expressionistic, dreamlike quality explicitly, but it has this moodiness and this eeriness that gives it a haunting quality that I really respond to and love a lot. Why this movie? Well, again, we're kind of just going through the chronology of this time period. Yeah. And this is one of our collectively favorite movies anyways, and it's something we talk about. And the movie has its own little mysteries to it that we talk about here and there. But again, this is, like I said, this is probably my third favorite movie ever. So, and I've only seen it a few years ago. And there's always a special quality, and you can probably speak to this for your own version of this. The very first time you're watching a movie that will be your favorite, one of your favorites, is one of the most exciting, enriching things because you're watching it in the moment and you're like, man, this just feels like a feast.
Yeah.
And I just like, where's this going to go? I don't know. And even when you rewatch it, again, there's another reason why The Master is one of my favorite movies is that it revels in these mysteries, and every time you watch it, you might have and mysteries we often talk about in terms of big explicit things like relating to plot or story, but mysteries can be as small as why does a character look at this character a certain way here, a little quirk of dialogue or a little quirk of world building. The small mysteries are what really make oftentimes some great movies, and the lived in nature of this is just something I just respond to time and time again.
Yeah.
And look who just walked in the room. Cinematic maestro himself, Wim Wenders. Now, Wim, again, we had you a little bit on last week. Or do you prefer Wim or do you like Mr. Wenders or Wenders?
I would be fine with Wim.
Okay, Wim. Well, again, it's just such an honor to have you here.
Yes, we're very happy to have you, Wim, and you're a great hero to both of us.
And again, you made this... Yeah, you made this trip all the way over here, so, we're really excited to talk over the movie in depth in the commentary with you.
Yes, of course.
First of all, again, just welcome. Again, I kind of got goosebumps right now. That's crazy. Because, again, we're such fans of you, and again, you have you may have, been nominated for Palme d'Ors and, like, great things, but, I mean, you are the first guest on Overlapping Dialogue. How does it feel?
It's a great treat, I must say. I listened to the podcast over in Germany.
You had said in the email that it was the Country Bears episode in particular, actually, that you liked a lot.
I'm somewhat of a, as you know, I'm very much a fan of America, and I was obsessed very much with the Country Bears back a long time ago, but when it was just a amusement park ride.
Was there any truth to the rumors that they actually recorded a song for Until the End of the World and were actually wanted to make it on the soundtrack and there just wasn't any room or space for it there?
What do you mean, the Country Bears who aren't even real? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, they're the fictional ones that they didn't make it on?
No. Well...
Was it the fact that they don't exist at all? Was that a bit of a hurdle you couldn't quite get over?
I think that was the primary reason. I must say, though, the people that made the film did think about we'd like to record this. And this was like 10 years before. But I was like, no, get out of here, you freaks. And,
well, again, the fact that they're not at all real is a bit of a hurdle. I could understand that for anybody. Let's get into The American Friend, though. Levi and I are such big fans of your work prior to this, but you're clearly a huge fan of Highsmith and this kind of neo-noir patina or drama of sorts. What about Patricia Highsmith's work really appealed to you as a medium through which you could express your own next cinematic evolution of sorts?
Well, I read a lot of her books originally on trains.
On trains, yeah. A lot of those in Europe, right?
Yes. And that...
Now, they don't quite go choo-choo like American trains exactly, though, right?
They more like fly through your skull. They're very, like a bullet or something. That's what they call it, other than bullet trains. But yes, in Germany, we love going very fast. Like the Talladega Nights film, I Want to Go Fast, I Want to Go Fast. Mm-hmm. Really stuck with me because we have the Autobahn. We have the bullet trains. But yes, I was reading her books on trains primarily. Really loved some of her non-Ripley, Tom Ripley stories, but those were all taken at the time by other studios. And so when I met her, I had wanted to adapt one of her films. She let me read Ripley's Game, which even her publisher was unaware of at the time. And I said, yes, I will do it. I actually read it on the train on the way back, and I was like, whoa, deja vu kind of situation.
Right.
But what I loved, I think, about her was her feminine intuition, I guess you would call it, about how to write a lot of crime novels and give them that sometimes more homoerotic sensibility, which I found interesting.
Well, there's some of that in the Kings of the Road too, as far as the
friendship. I was going to
to
mention that, Vim, that I noticed that a lot in that film in particular, because with Alice in the Cities, you had a kind of situation that was more between a man and a girl that was more avuncular. You had this kind of Kyle, what exactly was more the relationship in Wrong Move? It was more just around a group of people, right? Rather than
it was just kind of this group of people living together.
Yeah, I figured I'd ask you and not Vim because
frankly, Vim, I really love a lot of your movies, but that is one that you kind of crap the bed in, no?
Well, I don't know that I would use that phrase, but
not to be rude or anything. I know you're our guest, but what was up with that?
Well, one way I would look at it, it was kind of in between two films I was more interested in. As far as Alice in the Cities and Kings of the Road, it was a color film, and I was kind of wary of color at the time. Robbie and I had worked on all of those films together, and The American Friend, we felt more of a confidence with the material and more confidence with the style and the imagery. Maybe that's part of it.
Was it maybe just the name, the wrong move? You just thought you'd make a wrong move of a movie? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, sure, why not? That was
not to be rude or anything. I'm just, I'm curious.
Well, I was like, I've been making some good films. It's time to just say.
Oh, fair enough. No. That makes sense. Let's talk a little bit about the casting of this movie, because was it true that you originally had John Cassavetes was going to play the Tom Ripley role?
Yes, that was the original plan. I met John on numerous occasions, was a big fan of his work, particularly Faces and Minnie and Moskowitz. But he was working on a film at the time. I don't recall what it was. It may have been The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, or maybe even A Woman Under the Influence at the time. I don't recall the year exactly. But I had suggested that I wanted him to be in the film. Thankfully, he declined. Well, not thankfully in the sense that he was in it, but thankfully when he declined, he did at least suggest Dennis Hopper to me as a possible difference. I would have been interested to see John in the film, but I think that would have given it a different sort of patina. I don't know that he and Bruno could have gotten along as he and Dennis eventually did.
Well, famously, I think you talk about this a little bit in the Criterion Collection Blu-ray special features, that the two of them got into it a little bit on the set. What was it like corralling those two personalities to work together?
Well, of course, part of the story begins in the Philippines, where Dennis had been working on Apocalypse Now. He came off the plane. He was very inebriated on all sorts of substances, and he
was all hopped up on Goofenthal. Was that the biggest?
Yeah,
thing?
that's one of our favorite sayings, Vim. Maybe you're familiar with it, somewhat. But yes, he came off the plane and had all the cameras around him and everything, and we had to get him calmed down. When we finally got him on set, it was that kind of first day shooting. He would act all crazy, and then he would be very in it when he was in it. But the second day of shooting, Bruno and he got in a fist fight, left for the entire day, got drunk that night, came back, and were good after that. I was very frustrated, though, because we had spent so much time. Actually, we had shot a lot of the scenes of Bruno earlier with him and his family. A lot of those kind of scenes we could get done before Dennis could arrive. And so we were kind of frustrated on all the waiting. The coffers were kind of screaming at the gallows walls, and really wanted a lot of their money to actually work out.
Money people, always the worst ones, to deal with.
Of course, Schweine. But yes, so I was thankfully able to salvage that situation. But for a moment, it looked as if
All was lost.
All were for naught.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you definitely see, I mean, what great results we get with both of these guys here. So I think your ability to corral them as personalities was something that was very welcome. Tell me a little bit about what both, Samuel Fuller and Nicholas Ray meant to you, because those are both such great personalities and men behind the camera as well. And they add just such a vivid detail to the movie. What was the goal or idea behind not only them, but also some of these other directors too? And what was those relationships like for you?
Well, with Nicholas, I was a fan, of course, of his films, and having him in the movie, I thought, added a certain strangeness to the role. It was actually suggested by Hopper, Dennis. He had said, why don't we have Nick come in and do this? And I was very interested in everything he had to do. As far as Sam, he had been helped me with the process of Alice in the Cities. After I had thought that Paper Moon might have stolen my thunder, he kind of talked me back into it. He smoked about 5 cigars in one sitting, was a total madman, and I said, okay, I guess I'll do it, because he's gotten so worked up, and I figured if I didn't do it, I'd give him an ulcer, and he would die too soon.
Well, we don't need that, yeah.
So, as far as Sam, I loved having him in the movie, and thought it was just a great experience. I have a question, Vim, about Sam Fuller. I'm a big fan of his, and you talked about there were some sequences in the movie. I actually have one question I want to ask you later in the movie when you're here to do the commentary, correct?
Yeah.
Sure. But as far as the one moment in the movie, there's the shot where he's falling down the stairs and he gets killed in the movie. Spoiler, I guess, for those who don't know, but screw you if you don't at this point, frankly.
Yeah, right.
Wouldn't you agree, Vim? Just screw them all? Yes, definitely.
Do you have any thoughts on spoilers in general, Vim?
If you're not with it, then get the hell out, as far as I'm concerned.
And I think I saw you one time say, spoil them if you got them. I think you said that one time in a interview in early, 2003. I think I saw it as you mentioned the Iraq War in that same interview too.
I don't exactly recall that. But
it's been a while, I know. Yeah. It's been a while. Yeah.
But my question, Vim, is when he was, falling down the stairs, that supposedly you had allowed him to shoot himself doing that, not with a gun, but with a camera, to kind of shoot himself falling down the stairs, and kind of just the randomness of that. Do you have any thoughts on that? Well, actually, it was more of that he demanded that he do it. It wasn't so much that I allowed.
Really? So he's like, I will do this, or I'll walk.
Oh, yes. He was I loved Sam, and he loved me very much, but he was a very forceful kind of person, and he actually put a switchblade very strangely, to my knee. Not to my neck, and said, you won't be able to walk this one off. And yes, I know it must be very funny to you, I assume, but at the moment.
Well, I don't mean to laugh at your frightening. I would imagine, yeah. I mean, things could have been very different for you if that would have happened.
Yes, I imagine directing Until the End of the World in a wheelchair.
You got some questions on that movie a little later for you.
Yeah, we're going to ask that during the commentary. But anyway, to my question, I would like you to answer if you could.
Yeah, please,
sir.
Stay on topic.
Stay on topic, please. So about that? Well, actually, I guess he did answer the question, didn't he?
I guess he did.
Yes, I think I did. But
I hope you apologize our rudeness to you, Vim, here and there. But
it's all right. It's all right. But as far as that, I decided that I would keep it in the film, because I pulled one of those Coen Brothers situations where you're like, yeah, we'll film it this way, but we'll actually do what we want to do because we're the bosses, and we'll lie about things.
Joel or Ethan, thoughts?
I'm not going to get into that shite. I'm not interested in discussing
that. Fair enough.
Well, another question I had, Vim, about as far as the color of the film.
Very vivid. I mean, great photography.
You said that as far as Edward Hopper's work, not Dennis Hopper, but I'm a fan of Edward Hopper myself, the painter. How much did that serve as an inspiration for this film? I know that would have served as more of an inspiration for Alice in the Cities, Wrong Move, Kings of the Road, especially Alice in the Cities being in America, some of those shots early in the film, I think, with when they're in America and all that stuff, that was more of an inspiration. Was that as much of an inspiration in this film, the Edward Hopper sensibility, or were you going for more other sorts of things?
Well, I think it was somewhat. I feel that the Hopper sensibilities were more for those other films, although I will say that some of his paintings, Nighthawks, and some of the darker, more urban paintings may have served as some sort of inspiration for the color palette of this film. But I think it was really what Robbie and I kind of saw as the sad beauty of neon as a lighting technique. What I really loved was the Canada Dry pool table.
Yeah, very vivid moment in the movie. Yeah,
a very vim vivid kind of situation.
Yeah, like when you get a good shot, do you just kind of stand up and say this is vim vivid, like kind of moment?
Yes, I'm very much like, there's Vim at it again kind of thing.
Is that why you and Robbie kind of eventually things kind of, you went your way and he went his kind of situation?
Yes.
He got annoyed with that?
He kind of, the voice or the sensibility.
Well, both, I guess.
Yes, because sometimes I would do that voice just to make fun of other people that I didn't like, who I won't name here.
Is that people involved in the production or just like across the board?
Yes.
Wasn't it often, okay, was it oftentimes your, I know you haven't, we don't have to get too far into it, but I know you had a tough relationship with Francis Ford Coppola, a lot of that relating to the production of Hammett, yes.
Were you doing an impression of me there or something?
Maybe, I don't know. It's just so infectious. I just love your voice so much.
It really is an interesting voice, and big props to you for continuing on your accent that you have. Yeah, it's just so indelible, we really think. And anybody that would do kind of bad impression of it on a podcast, I don't know about that as an idea, because like,
no, I mean it seemed like a total waste of time in many ways.
And it's a pretty bad, like, people could do really bad impressions of it, but I feel like you're just you know.
Yeah, right. I mean, you're so unmistakable.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Oh, speaking of, have you seen the new Elvis movie?
Yes, I saw it on the plane on the way over, actually.
Because you're one of those like real old school rockabilly kind of boys, right? So I'm just curious, what your impressions of it were.
Well, Elvis was such a big deal in the 50s that we were able to get some of that music where East Germany was not, and we would go towards them over the Berlin Wall, because a lot of people actually think that, well, never mind, I won't get into politics. But yes, we were very pleased to have Elvis there, and I was a big fan. He never actually got to come there because of Colonel Parker, one of the worst peoples that Europe has ever shat out, I must say.
And y'all really, you've really got some whoppers there, but
so do you as well, in its own way. As John Prine once said, so do you. Yes, I was a big fan of Elvis, but anyway, I think we need to be talking about my film and not other films.
That's true. I'm sorry about that.
I will say about Coppola, though, that
fair enough. We all have our opinions on people, so that's fair enough. Any other questions you really have for
Well,
me,
there
Levi?
was one thing I wanted to ask about. As far as this film you were very proud of, and Highsmith originally was a little cagey about what she thought about the movie. Can you talk a little bit about how that kind of bore itself out? And
what did she think of the movie? Because it does certainly, from what I've seen of other Ripley-related things, it certainly takes some liberties, so I'd just be curious to know how she responded to that.
Well, at first she was a little more unhappy with it. She felt that Hopper's performance was very shocking, and but the use of the cowboy hat and those sort of things that Dennis kind of and I came up with. But eventually she came around on it and thought it was one of the better adaptations of her work. But she had a certain image of what not a Vim vision, or nor a one vision, as Queen with vision, as Queen once said. I'm a big fan of Queen, by the way.
Really?
Anyone who isn't, best back down.
Okay.
Quickly.
Okay. Duly noted.
But
yeah, oh yeah, we're definitely big fans of Queen.
Have never bashed them
on this podcast or in real life.
Yeah, never have.
Yeah, like I just totally love them. They're just so genius. I just think they're just so great and just the best rock band ever. Really, when you think about it, I'm sorry, I just had to say that because I wanted to just make sure that people knew that. I just think Queen is just so great and never made a bad song.
Yeah. And this is not a joke. What we think about
whatsoever.
All these things. Yeah.
No. I'm very glad to hear that. But Highsmith finally came around. She finally came back down from her flippin' high horse and got with the program. And I say that as a big fan, but she needed to get with it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do understand that. Any other questions you have, Levi?
Well, Kyle, you had mentioned something about him being him as in him and Vim as Bill Callahan. What's your opinion of the Bill Callahan song "Rycooter"? By the way,
I have not heard that. You'll have to play it for me.
Now you've collaborated with Rycooter in the past with Paris, Texas.
I think it must be referring to Paris, Texas in the song. I don't really appreciate that, but okay.
Fair enough.
But Kyle, you were going to say about the connection that Vim has to our area. Well,
so I was reading
rather than ask him, I'll ask you first. And then kind of go to him.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. During the press junket, I believe it was for Paris, Texas. I think in one of the program interviews, I believe actually some of it's reprinted in the Criterion collection of the Paris, Texas Blu-ray. You actually mentioned that you took this big road trip across America to try to get in the mindset and the psyche of both the American dream and the American nightmare, or as you said, frightmare, in that. And so it actually took you a little bit through our own area, Caldwell and Catawba counties. What do you remember about this area back in the early 80s, and how did this area really stick with you, and what's it like to return here nearly 40 years later?
Yes, it's true that I had traveled all around this area. One of the first people that I actually met, I stopped down at the what used to be called the Frosty Freeze, down I think on how do you say Conley Springs Road?
Yes.
I met a man who called himself Willard Blevins.
Oh, Willard Blevins, he's a local legend.
He's a very big legendary figure.
Do you have any thoughts about putting him in the movie?
Well, I was so confused about what was his whole deal exactly.
We don't really know.
Well, part of it was he liked to dress up as different people
and walk around.
I see. Yes. Okay.
Put on little sideshows, I think.
I totally get it now. Yes, I'm very sad I didn't have him in the film. He reminded me. I actually kind of was inspired by him to kind of direct Nick Cave in Wings of Desire in his performance techniques, which were not.
I mean, he could have easily...
because totally that wasn't clearly what Nick Cave was like all the time, right?
Yeah.
No, clearly not. It was very inspired by Willard. Willard.
So he stuck...
Excuse me, Willard Blevins.
Yeah, the German WF, lest we forget.
I know that, thank you.
Yeah. I could easily see Mr. Blevins, though, have been slotted into the John Lurie
Yes, and
role
sadly he's passed away now.
Any thing you'd like to say about what his legacy means?
It was quite an experience to see him.
What was he dressed up as? You remember?
I believe he was dressed up as Elvis at the time, but it may have been a vaquero type. I don't recall.
Yeah,
because Elvis and a vaquero cowboy type are very clearly similar.
Yeah,
so
I know you take a lot of Polaroids and collect them, Vim. Maybe look in your scrapbook and check in on that whenever you get a chance. So one last question I want to ask you, unless you got anything else.
No, I'm good.
And again, we're so grateful that you're here.
I'm saving some of my questions for the commentary.
Right.
But yeah.
Until the End of the World, what was that all about? Then, like, what were you thinking with that? in the 5-hour runtime? Like, were you having a laugh?
I don't totally understand the question.
Well, just like why or how the hell did you think a movie like that would have been showed routinely in a commercial
You mean
cinema?
shown?
Yeah.
Sorry, I as an ELA teacher had to step
sorry.
in. Excuse me.
But like, what the hell were you thinking with that? I say that as a huge fan of the movie, by the way. And again, I just want to say, I say all this as a huge fan of the film, but like,
and I am as well.
But were you having a laugh?
I wouldn't say it's so much of a laugh as it was.
Not a hee kind of laugh.
But a ha.
Yeah.
Not one of those. But it was like, how much money can I get? How can I screw over the capitalist pigs at the studios? And,
okay.
Much,
So it was kind of like a finger to the establishment in many ways for you.
Yes, more like the pinky finger. Sort of. Excuse me.
Is that a slur in Germany? The pinky finger?
No, that's
it's just a Vim kind of slur.
Yeah, Vim Vision.
Vim Vision. Yeah.
Vision.
Was that something you?
Vision.
I know with your Wim Wenders Institute, you've went back and kind of restored movies. Moving forward, do you want to patent Vim Vision as a sort of a Vista
like a
Vision,
Cinerama
Cinescope kind of format?
Yes, that would be interesting. I've actually been thinking about that. I would like to be able to do that with other films, jump on other films, and have that as a concept. As far as that goes,
Well, let me ask you a question. So, like, if this Vim Vision thing, obviously, Vision, right? Because we're clearly big Queen fans, and we just just Bohemian Rhapsody.
we would never lie about our love for Queen.
Yeah, just hang on a second, Vim, because I want to talk about this. Just sit over there and
sit down, please.
Sit down and be quiet for a few moments,
yeah.
Please. I know you're our guest, but like, shut the hell up for a second.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
this is our podcast.
But
we invited you on here.
Yeah, like
never forget
so
that.
Just wait. All right, are you willing to do that?
Yes, sure. I will.
No offense, by the way.
Yeah, no offense, but like, get the hell out of the way. So with Queen, clearly Bohemian Rhapsody, the song, not the movie. Well, the movie's also totally great and is not a total embarrassment.
And Rami Malek was just a revelation,
right?
As,
but Bohemian Rhapsody, the song, is just so clearly a great song that like everybody should be listening to. Like, I don't think it's been played enough on the radio. We need more of that. Mm-hmm. We need more people quoting the song, and it's clearly not a nonsensical song whatsoever. It clearly means so much. I mean, it's on the level of like Bob Dylan, like clearly. That level of showmanship and writing.
Bobby D, as you refer to him,
right,
on occasion in your
diaries.
As
Vim. Oh, me or Vim?
No, Vim. I'm talking.
Oh, right. Well,
because there is a distinction.
Well, but Vim is over there.
Was that your ride, Vim, out there?
No, I am not going anywhere whatsoever.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
And I'm not looking out the window to make sure. Nope, it's definitely not them. Okay.
But anyway, Vim, if we can continue, please.
I know you love your distractions and whatnot.
Yeah, we know you love to go off the handle.
Let's please return to the interview.
But anyway, our interview between us, not you.
Right.
We'll get to you when we have the time.
Okay, hon.
But anyway, clearly, like, they're on like the level of Bob Dylan, and like it's just very clear that Queen is just like the greatest rock band ever, and I just want to make it clear to our listeners that's clearly what we think.
And that we're not the least bit exaggerating just because,
or even just outwardly lying,
just because Vim's here,
right? Yeah. Because we would never tell a lie on this podcast, and never like masquerade as something that we're not. No. Like doing a long form impression of someone.
No, that's below this podcast, right. And the standards by which
we would never put someone's name on this podcast and let people assume that they come in. Like, that's not something we would ever do.
Incredibly rude thing to do.
And like, we would never be rude to a guest.
And very disrespectful.
Yeah, we would never do that.
No.
So anyway, Vim, how the hell are you over there? You doing all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I see you keep looking at your phone. Problem?
No, of course not.
Well, anyways, you can sort out your problems while we take a little bit of a break here. Feel free to please stick around as long as you want.
Oh, yes, of course, I will definitely be here for the entirety of the commentary.
That's great.
It's not like I've already done a commentary with Dennis Hopper that would be better than this, or would be more.
How you say?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. You're going to hear the trailer, and then you're going to hear me, Levi, and old Vim himself rap a little bit about what makes The American Friend such a great movie. Any last parting thoughts, Vim, before we listen to the trailer?
No, I'm definitely going to be here the whole time.
Again, make no mistake, he will be here the entirety of the commentary. That's a promise guaranteed to you by overlapping dialogue.
Definitely.
Meine Damen und Herren, wir kommen zu dem Höhepunkt der Auktion. 62.000 Mark, 62.000 Mark, 62.000 Mark, niemand mehr.
Was ist denn das her? Das müsst ihr doch wissen, das Erste.
Herr Zimmermann.
Yeah, I've heard of you.
Ja, und?
Haben Sie da über mich gesprochen?
Und seine Frau ist mitverdienen.
Get up.
$97.000 Mark. Jonathan!
Wake up, Mr. Zimmerman.
And here we are, we're back. Vim, any thoughts on the trailer, how that turned out? What were your goals behind it? Other than get people to come see the friggin' thing.
I am not someone who cares very much about trailers, so I kind of just let other people cut it.
Mm-hmm.
Because clearly
that much is clear, yeah.
I don't care that is a big part of what makes people come to my films. That is something I care nothing about.
Whether or not your movies are successful in any way, yeah.
No.
Right.
They should speak for themselves.
Right. That's fair.
So I agree with that idea about trailers. I think trailers are kind of ridiculous, and the way that I want to talk briefly, Vim, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
I'll talk briefly, real quickly, about the Nope trailer that came out recently.
Mm-hmm.
That literally just has outwardly said these are aliens that are doing this.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like.
Yeah, because early on that was a little bit more shrouded in mystery.
And we kind of figured that's what it was going to be.
Yeah.
But I actually think that's pretty irresponsible trailer decisions to be like, oh, this is clearly aliens and this is what the movie's going to be. And I don't know. I just find
I guess that's just purely a problem with the studio.
I'm sure he didn't want to do that. It was the studio was like, well, they honestly might have gauged. I don't know, interest in the movie and seeing that people were like, I don't know what this is, I don't really care, and be like, oh, we got to tell them it's about that, and it just seemed really ridiculous. Vim, do you have any opinion on that whatsoever, or Jordan Peele's films?
Well, I am quite a fan of his films, as far as the trailer goes, actually.
Actually, well, I think we kind of need to get to the movie.
Yeah, anyways, I don't know why you frankly felt the need to go down that road, Vim.
But it's not like one of us clearly led him into that path
but
or anything.
Anyways, we're watching this off the Criterion Blu-ray, which the Wim Wenders Foundation and Institute actually had a crucial role in restoring. The Blu-ray looks fantastic. We're going to hit play in 5, 4, 3, 2...
if I may interrupt for a moment.
Please.
I'm going to have to step out for a few seconds.
Wait, really? I thought you said you're going to be here the whole time. It's going to be brief, no?
Yes, of course. I just have to I have to take a phone call, rather, and I'll be right back, and I will be...
It kind of looks like your phone's not buzzing at all. I see it in your hand. I see it's got a screenshot of the Teletubbies, actually, as your background image, but, oh, well, Vim, he just walked out.
Yeah, Vim... Oh, well, I'm sure he'll be right back, I guess.
Yeah, he'll probably be here
in fact,
in no time.
I feel like he said we didn't hear him exactly. I heard him, but you were kind of talking over him, but I was able to hear that he said just start without him, and that he'll be right back. Like, within maybe even 30 seconds of the disc playing, he'll be back.
All right, well, I guess we'll see. You know, I got a lot of questions for him to ask him throughout
I
the movie.
do too.
So
I
really
put off some questions, but no, he'll be back. He'll be all right.
All right, well, anyways, we're going to hit play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Waiting on you, Vim. Anyways,
no, he said not to wait. So
no, I'm saying just in general, like
right,
like we're waiting on his return.
I guess, yeah.
But regardless, good old Yanis Films. Here we go again, you know.
Yeah, I mean that's what I think every time I see that logo. Clearly,
this Wim Wenders logo is very clearly drawing on Wings of Desire.
Tongue, right.
Wings of Desire, I guess.
So, yeah, this here it's saying had... I mean, if Vim were here, we could ask him about it, but saying digital restoration done in 2014, color corrected into 4K. Original film not altered in any way. So this is not a director's cut.
I really do love about all movies of his that I've seen on Criterion anyways that they've remastered and whatnot. It actually gives you a little bit of this info at the beginning. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because it's not like we can have him in person.
Yeah, we could maybe ask him about that in further detail. But
if he were in here.
Yeah. But he, you know, it could be any moment. He walks back in through that door. So. Ugh, all that, you know, all his Queen fandom. Are you kidding me? You know?
I don't think we should talk much about it because he might come back in while we're talking about it.
But I just want to make clear to the listeners of this podcast, we are not Queen fans. Don't tell Vim.
It's funny they put the Ripley's Game credit there right under it. So at what point in this movie were you like, this is the best thing I've ever seen?
Like, this point probably, like...
So, but I've talked to you about this. There is a Guy Madden interview about the Forbidden Room, I think. And in the background, I don't remember the video. I'd have to find it. There's a guy walking, and he looks exactly like Dennis Hopper walks in this movie with the coat, with the hat. Literally looks exactly the same. And so I don't know what was going on.
So he's like, which one am I going to put an eye patch on?
Maybe both. Like,
really love Nicholas Ray's hair this era of his life.
Yeah, because the other eras it was just garbage, clearly.
Well, it was just shorter and just looked more...
Yeah. More garbage, right?
More of a garbage variety, you know. Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah. Oh my God.
I wonder if he was a big fan of the Dean Cain show later on, Vim.
Maybe. I'm going to have to say that whenever a student calls me Mr. Huffman, I'm like, son of a bitch, my name is Pogosh.
This is serious. I sold one painting, I'm ready to sell another. How much? It's $2,000.
So obviously this character is like literally faking his death so that he can forge his own paintings and make more money off of them.
Yeah.
Like, he's getting so bored that he changes the colors a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, see if anybody notices. What's on TV back there?
I could use 2 of these in 6 months. In 6 months, I can paint 5. Try to sell 5. 2. Don't be too busy for a good paint.
It feels very meta that this would be Nicholas Ray playing this part in terms of like this seemingly dead, non-existent artist anymore.
Yeah.
You know, so meta. That was your Twitter pic for a while, or a background photo on something. With him with
Background
the
on my phone. I
That's
think.
what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. There he is.
Meat. But that guy's literally walking like that in that video. Like,
it's very interesting that, you know, I think we agreed that ostensibly Bruno Ganz is the lead of this story and movie, but the whole movie opens, and even, you know, first credit is Dennis Hopper, which makes sense because obviously he's a bigger star. But
yeah. Interesting shots of New York City in that are very much like those in Taxi Driver and kind of other movies around that time.
That's just like so present. We mostly see it in American films in the 1970s, especially something like Taxi Driver. But you can see it in this in West Germany, just like this urban decay and kind of, you know, just kind of.
That's a very
urban
Nicholas
malaise.
Ray almost image there. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean,
but Vim's the one doing it. So.
Yeah, one of the most memorable scenes and images to me of Rebel Without a Cause is James Dean with the red jacket laying, and kind of the way he's just kind of strangely laying on the red couch. You know? Well, big FDR fan, I guess. Huh? I know some of the reviews pointed out that they kind of were almost rolling their eyes at some of these monologues that he's given here and throughout the movie. Here we get Bruno Ganz, who's again like I don't know, I guess builds frames for photos and pictures and whatnot. Art. He's also an art expert.
So I think it was these scenes. We didn't talk to Vim about this, but I think I've heard it was a lot of those scenes they filmed before he could get there. Oh yeah, he talked about that briefly when he was here.
But before Hopper got there, they shot as much as they could with Bruno.
What a weird house.
Yeah. And that's what we were talking earlier. One of the biggest things I love about this movie is just it kind of catches Ripley mid adrift, and we're not really sure where he is, where he's come from, or who he is in some ways, other than if you know the just Tom Ripley history or lore.
See how Ganz was acting when he opened that safe, like he was surprised it opened. It's like, is it not yours? Like, it's a really weird moment. Like, and it's interesting. The movie starts with this like kind of this foreboding music, and that's one of the fake paintings. He's looking at it. I guess can tell it's fake. And then it's just kind of like, all right, I was just doing the movie. It's like, okay.
I would imagine in more modern times it's easier to spot forgeries and fakes, with technology and whatnot, but I'm sure it still goes on, obviously.
You hear about that in Europe all the time. Like,
I'd be curious too. Like, I know art forgery had to be going on pre-World War II. I would have bet it was a huge boom in it after the war because of the insecurity and kind of ignorance about what was destroyed in the midst of all that and what went missing, and added a whole other layer to the forgery going on, I would imagine.
Yeah.
That's that guy that I was saying. You were saying is a folk singer. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's funny when he goes back later to talk to him. When he goes back later to talk to Ray, he's like, "You changed the blue," off of what he had said.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, I didn't even notice that." Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, that guy exists.
Should have been Seymour Cassell with his mini Moskowitz.
Facial
hair just sitting there.
Oh, sorry, excuse me.
I
thought Vin was coming back in a second. Where is he at, by the way?
I don't know. Like I said,
he said he was going to come right back.
I saw his phone as he was walking out, and he wasn't ringing. So maybe an actual call came up.
Anyway, that moment in that movie where he's like, "I forget about you," or excuse me, I keep messing it up. I think about you so much, I forget to go to the bathroom. He like screwed him big time. Yeah. It's funny because it is an art forgery.
Yeah.
But it's weird because it is the same person paying it.
Right,
it's like so it actually is worth something. That's just weird. Like,
yeah, but obviously,
not
part of the
as
reason
much.
it's so much is because he's dead allegedly.
Yeah.
But yeah. And this is fascinating too, and you see this in some other movies, but like multiple languages happening, and people will talk to each other in their native language to each other, but it's just like different languages. It's fascinating.
Congratulations, Mr. Winter. Thank you. Wie geht's denn? Gut. Nimmst du dein Bild gleich mit? No. Send them to New York. Won't be back till after Christmas.
It was interesting too that it was shot in '76. This would have been literally right after the Rolling Thunder Revue tour happened. So this is his moment. He's the guy. I think he passed away, hasn't he?
Probably.
I remember seeing that on the Wikipedia page you had pulled up. Ooh, no handshake. We didn't really remark on it, but I really love this score too. It really adds to the neo-noir quality of it.
Yeah, because like I was saying, it like starts the movie on that foot, I think. But yeah, it's funny. This is the reason he's like, I'll pick him to be the guy that we have kill these people.
No hope of recovery.
So she gets said like, I don't understand what you're saying. Well, God forbid a woman work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, yeah, good, all right, fine. I'm open to all kinds of things, man. equality, all that. That's my bag. Like, that's what I'm about.
I mean,
almost sounds like Jack Nicholson. That's what I'm about.
That's what I'm about. That's my bag.
That's my gag bag.
But as we were saying earlier, like, it's clearly still a Dennis Hopper performance in this, but you compare him to this and how he is in Apocalypse Now, which is an all-time unraveled performance anyways.
I don't even think he knows he's alive.
Yeah.
Like, what do you say, he drank like 30 beers a day or something?
Insane like that. It's frankly miraculous he lived to be as old as he did.
Yeah. Died of cancer, I think.
Yeah, he died
in like
2008.
I think he really calmed down
or 2010
in the 80s.
Yeah, he died at 74. Like I said, it's amazing he lived that long. I forgot about his marriage with Michelle Phillips. It was like a week-long marriage.
Yeah.
It's a really cool little kind of lamp kinescope almost.
Yeah. We'll ask Vim when he gets back.
Yeah. Or if he still has it. Or if Dennis snuck it from the set. Like, again, he's not even in these scenes, but he happened to drop by one day and just swap it.
I think I'm going to get a 5-finger discount on that, man. I'll change your blue. Like, what? Meanwhile,
this is his ADT security system.
It's like his own house.
Yeah.
He's like, well, there's a guy there, so.
I got a gun.
I want you to move out real slow. I want you to keep your arms stretched out way in front of you. I want to see your hands. Real slow now.
So if he's going to go in himself.
Yeah.
Break into my house. I gotta blow you away. I gotta tell you the truth. The only reason that I don't is because someone might hear me. I saw your telegram told me. A telegram, huh?
The telegram era.
Get your ass in.
Even the telegram was starting to go by the wayside by this point. Remember that whole Mad Men episode where they have like a Telegram account and they're like, "Man, this is kind of getting old fashioned. What's the purpose of it?"
When was that?
It was like season 2 or 3.
Okay, because I sort of remember that, but
because that was that episode where, wasn't that the whole episode where, oh gosh, who's the Hare Krishna guy again? Kinsey.
Yeah.
He had that great idea and he forgot it and didn't write it down, and he went back to Achilles and she couldn't figure it out, and then he tells like Peggy about it, and Peggy's like, "Oh, I hate when that happens." Well, we'll just go in with Don and kind of figure something out.
Yeah.
And she kind of improvises a great idea, and he kind of sits there and realizes, "Oh wow, she's way better at this than I am."
Yeah.
Kind of scene.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that episode. I saw that part in it.
It was like season 2 or 3. I can't remember.
What else going on there?
I know rock musicians. I know lawyers.
Look at all that food. Like, what is going on? Like,
that wants to make sure this table's
cornflakes.
Guess he wants to keep it a certain way. That way, if he's got to go at any given moment, it's like ready to go, ready to sell.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
but she just totally like, no, I will not pay the extra 20 marks.
Meanwhile, like me driving past my own house.
Yeah. What's going on there? She's just nodding.
Yeah.
Like, yes.
It's funny too that he just got a T-bird in West Germany. Like, why not? It's funny 'cause you can tell he's good at what he does, but it looks like most of these scenes he's literally just sitting there, like just fiddling around.
The life of the craftsman.
Meanwhile. I wonder if Tom Ripley ever went to Vacation Bible School.
Well, maybe he should have, you know. Maybe things would have been a little different.
He would have said, yes to the BBS.
You.
I've heard of you. It's like saying you exist. Okay, yes, indeed. Are you going to acknowledge that past acknowledging it? Like, nope. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks.
Make me a frame.
So why don't you do it?
Yeah.
Like. Yeah, sure, yeah.
It's almost like he's a professional, know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Well, I kill people and steal people.
Yeah. Well, he didn't want anything to do with murder.
Yeah.
You wonder here how much this is him just putting him on Hopper, or if he's actually genuinely like, kind of like, oh. No. You.
I wonder if Vin would have any interest in remaking this in the NFT era. You know, it's all about like, forging NFTs.
Yeah.
The game begins.
This sick game. This, in fact, you might could call it Ripley's game.
Nice. Still couldn't get over the Ripley's believe it or not moment.
Yeah. I did, so I'm glad to hear somebody still struggling.
I know that obviously blood diseases are a real thing, but blood disease is a very good storytelling, convenient disease. It's like, don't really understand it.
Yeah.
It can just kind of kill you at any moment because literally it's in your blood. So.
Yeah.
And again, it's like for storytelling purposes, it like has not any real outward physical manifestations like other things might. So. Silent killer. We haven't really remarked on it, but Bruno Ganz really just has just a great classic Hall of Fame mustache.
Yeah.
In this. Obviously, in Wings of Desire, he doesn't have one. He's kind of totally clean shaven in that, which I guess reflects being kind of angelic or heavenly.
They of course put him on and said, "Oh, you're like basically faked a message from that other guy saying, the guy said you're worse off. You need to go see him." Like,
his Where's Waldo scarf.
My most interesting patient.
I can tell he really wants to use those rests there.
Rumor mongering.
Love a good rumor monger.
Yeah, and of course Hopper talked to him, so he knows about that. So that's why he was able to even put that in there.
I don't know if we really talked about much on this podcast, but this story and movie kind of reminds me a lot of The Goldfinch. That's kind of about art in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it's basically a good. Well, the novel's great.
Yeah.
The movie was pretty bad, but it's like a good adaptation of that. But like beforehand and kind of totally different, but
Well, just
I wonder if Vim took that future novel he had nothing to do about as an inspiration.
He might have. Who knows?
Yeah.
I mean,
if he were here, we could ask him.
Yeah.
I'm starting to get a little worried about him. You think he got
I
lost?
hope he's
or something?
okay. Again, we made clear that Willard Blevins is deceased, right? I don't know if he's still out trying to look for him or something, or what.
I don't know why he didn't say that. Why would he go do that in the middle of a commentary he's supposed to be doing? What an irresponsible thing to do. If that's the case.
And he made this trip all the way here, and then he's just going to do that.
I'm sure he's got something going on that's important.
I guess, yeah. I just miss him.
What?
I just miss him.
Miss him. He's going to be back in a minute.
I'm sorry. I got emotional there for a second.
In a certain way.
But that was such a good book, though, The Goldfinch,
Yeah.
and it got a
anyway.
pretty bad subpar movie. Oh, cool. Definitely one, maybe two.
He just comes right to it. Like,
gonna frame the framer.
Yeah, of course, originally Framed was going to be the name of the movie, and then Hopper's like, what about American Friend?
Yeah.
How you say Americanja
Yeah.
Freund or whatever? Like,
the way the lighting and the time period looks in this scene, this seems like shots that could have easily been ripped from Friends of Eddie Coyle in some
Yeah.
way to me.
We know that you are not going to live very much longer. You got a wife? Who told you all that? You got a little boy? Wouldn't you like to leave them some money?
some money.
Money?
Some money. I got no money.
Honey.
Honey.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know all about it. Yeah.
Completely informed about my sickness. I know I have a blood disease. I'm sorry, Mr. Zimmerman. You are not completely...
Oh, we know more than your own doctors have told you. There is something awful suspicious about that. It's like, what?
It's your own free choice, but it's a lot of money. You could stop working and enjoy the rest of your life. I'm not a killer, mister. Good. That's just what we need. Someone who is not connected to us. The man I want you to shoot, Mr. Zimmerman, is a criminal. Belongs to the mafia. Stop it.
The Mafia. Mafia. No, you're a big fan of the Mafia pronunciation.
Jumped out before it was even done.
No, he don't want to get in any kind of jackpot.
Sie sind ja völlig außer Atem. Sie wissen doch, dass ich nicht überanstrengend bin. Sie haben es also doch gemerkt. Was? Sie haben mir zu lieben. Ach so. Nein, ich wollte Sie bitten, die nächste Sterналfunktion doch jetzt schon zu machen. Ich wollte gar nicht nach Hause gehen. Ja, bitte. Ich würde mich dann ruhiger fühlen.
The sternal puncture.
I love a good sternal
I just
puncture.
love, like... I really wish Vin were here. I could tell him just how happy I am he put this in the movie. Like, because as someone who knows nothing about what it is at all and has never heard of it outside of this movie, I'm just a massive fan of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Yeah. I've never really thought about it before this moment.
Well, it's the first time for everything.
Yeah.
In Ihrer Situation gibt es keine Sicherheit. Kein Arzt der Welt könnte Ihnen eine Garantie geben. Ungefähr ein Jahr.
This looks really painful, though.
Yeah.
Kann er das denn herhaben?
Gabriel sagt, das ist alles Quatsch. Bräuchte mir keine Sorgen zu machen. Mein Zustand ist immer noch gleich.
Ist doch nur ein Gerücht.
Gantner?
But yeah, I remember this actress in Alice in the Cities. Did you say she was in another one? Wrong
She was
Move?
in all those, I think.
Yeah. I definitely remember in Alice in the Cities.
Muss ich da noch an mich erinnern? Mein Vater hat einen
I mean, see, he's memorable.
Yeah.
Haus am Hafen sogar abgerissen.
Lots of gulls. The gall of them gulls.
The gall of them there gulls. The gall. De Gaulle. You know, is your favorite French leader, you know?
That's not one that would come to my mind immediately. I mean, I know who he is, but... What if Hopper was just like standing up there?
Yeah, holding on to that antenna.
Or Vim.
Yeah.
Wieder
Like his jammies here.
Yeah.
Or his robe, I guess.
I love that bathtub.
Pop them if you got them, you know.
Yeah. This is the part where you pick it up. No? Okay.
No?
It's an interesting shot to establish, oh, he's there waiting on him.
Yeah.
But you don't see him anywhere. Love how conspicuous he is, too. Everywhere he goes, he's got a white T-bird, he's got a...
Someone who's doing a lot of shady stuff.
Yeah, he's got a cowboy hat on. He walks he's like a very big guy. Like, yeah, this is weird.
Not the hair that he's got.
Yeah.
He's just kind of vibing, like you said earlier. He's chilling out.
This is what we in the profession, as teachers, would call wasting time.
That's the technical term.
Like seeing a student. What if you walked by and a student was doing all
Yeah,
this with like all the same tools and everything? Like, that's an interesting kind of metaphor, kind of symbol of him like putting that on his hand before he calls a criminal.
Yeah.
It was just kind of interesting, even though that wouldn't take his fingerprints off of it. But
anytime a guy who's wanting to have you kill people says, "Oh, there's no obligation," like, yeah, there is. Like,
it's interesting. Also, I just can't get over the fact that like Hopper's like, what is his relationship with this Frenchman that he's like, yeah, I'll help you get this guy to kill. Maybe they have some unspoken debt or something, and he's like got to help him out, and he don't want to do it himself, so he's like, I'll get this guy to do it. I love Vim's camera work and kind of dolly tracks in this movie, or what? Not a dolly track. What do you call it? It's not like a zoom either, but like track in. I guess.
Track in.
You know. See, if he were here, he could have given a better definition.
Well, it might have been, it could be a little bit of dolly track laid to do that.
Not as much in a room like that, though, like a smaller version of it. But. Yeah, like what? That's like if I came in here all of a sudden and was like, I gotta go to Richmond. He's like, what?
I mean, Richmond is the Paris of the East Coast,
Yeah, clearly.
Never been to Richmond, by the way, just to make that.
We got real close. When we were in Williamsburg, it's pretty close by there, about an hour. I love this whole fit and hairstyle and everything. It's like, that's what I want to be when I grow up. It's not like I'm 23 already, going to be 24 next month. Like, what do you want for your birthday this year?
Peace and quiet.
Dadgum thing, yeah. Like,
the way the airports look in this movie always stuck out to me.
Like that's another track.
It's like both dated and modern at the same time.
Yeah.
Which I like architecture like that.
Welcome, Mr. Zimmerman. Excuse me, I'm late. You had a good flight? You feeling well? I took the appointment for you at 10 o'clock at the hospital.
So actually, it's looking like there will be a movie being for us when our podcast releases on a Friday. Will be on my birthday this year.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Your birthday's on a Friday?
Yep.
Mine's on like a Monday or Tuesday.
He will stay with you and help you if there should be any problems. We go to the American
Tuesday.
Actually, we won't be going to school until the Monday after that, as far as when students will be back. So,
yeah, the 29th.
Mm-hmm. Onassis, the Onassis.
Yeah.
You mean Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis? You mean Dr. Parnassus?
Like Dr. Fibes, like.
Interesting movies those are. I've only seen the first one, but.
Sie kommt gleich. Hey, Dummkopf, man guckt nicht von oben rein, man guckt vom Rand rein. Du bist ja immer ein Dummkopf. Ups. Stopp, stopp.
Daniel, seid vorsichtig mit den Sachen. Dr. Gabriel? Nein, der ist auch heute gar nicht da. Der ist doch in Paris. Ich dachte, Sie wüssten davon. Naja. Soll ich ihm was ausrichten?
So, I hope she signed up, through HIPAA. We better not be giving her too much
Yeah, I
info.
know.
Probably would be if there was even a thing there about that.
Yeah.
You've had regular treatments? Where are you from? Hamburg. Overdriven. Ist die Reeperbahn immer noch so aufregend? Sie schwitze. Hat Medizin in Bayern studiert.
See, that's a random thing about this movie, yeah, that he's actually Swiss and
yeah,
you're from Zurich.
Because I'm afraid this is going to be painful anyway. So, let's do it.
Papers. Patient library. I'm gonna think about this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get a little drink of water.
Yeah.
Man.
Get a little
Stay
drink of water
hydrated.
before I destroy lives.
Hydrate or dehydrate.
Ready to rehydrate.
Oh, by the way, if you thought about that thing I really want to use you for?
Yeah, it's like, why would they just do all this?
Yeah.
Like I said. Man, I love that elevator. Look at that.
Yeah. Beautiful. Love that easy listening. Sounds like music from a fun fair somewhere.
Fun fair. I just thought that's a weird moment.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like,
A lot of these road movies or other vendors movies have scenes that take place in hotel rooms at some point.
Yeah. It's the road.
Hotel life. Every hotel room I go in, no matter how brief it is, when I leave and I look back and look at the room, I always feel like a slight tinge of the times we've had. Like, oh, leaving.
Was
it
going to
behind.
say I'm still alive. Meanwhile. Yeah, I'm that way about certain things. Not as much with hotel rooms, but
It's so stupid and silly, but I always feel that.
Oh gosh, dear what? I am alive. I changed the blue. What do you mean? The last painting I sold? You changed the blue. It's different than any of the others. How could you tell? Oh, I couldn't tell. I got a friend in Hamburg. Did you have any trouble selling? Not at all. So it just means he's got a better eye than you have, that's all. And not for very much longer, I'm afraid.
He's like, okay.
yeah. It's interesting how he talked about that. He's like, my friend, and he's like, but he will die. It's like, like, okay. The report. This is it. I can't.
Phone clatters on cradle. Like, it felt the need to really make sure we heard
how
that.
fast that's going.
Yeah.
that was an interesting transition, a way to convey him going over there was just to be like, yeah, he's going down the elevator, like. Got a Brian Wilson over here.
Yeah. I'm going to play some music for you while you're doomed to die.
I must score this moment. It's like, what?
Live session.
Live score.
Live studio session.
Live score celebration. Live test results celebration.
Oh, you look pale. Is something wrong?
Sounds like that music in that scene in The Untouchables.
Yeah.
Where they're in the train station. We're going to do that movie eventually.
Mm-hmm.
That fit he's got on, though.
Anyways, you know what it's all about. Was it in the Criterion essay where it said something along the lines of, speaking to someone who's a Jewish person,
yeah,
I've never more wanted a Jew or
a German to kill a Jew.
Yeah,
that's an interesting thought.
Also, like, what's this friend? Like, what's his purpose of saying he's an American Jew? You could have just said he's an American. Is he like?
Yeah, I think he's
add
trying
a little salt into that.
I think he's trying to play on that. Maybe those what he believes would maybe be latent racisms going on.
Yeah,
and he's just like, I don't care. Like,
yeah.
The difference from this and Killing of a Chinese Bookie, obviously, is that he was never somebody who had any experience with killing somebody. He's just like, you know.
Because Cosmo, we established that he was a Korean War veteran.
And didn't have much trouble with doing that. And actually was very competent at doing it. He goes through a whole little gambit here of doing it. So, yeah.
Ever seen this bridge in Inception? Underneath it.
You know, you hear different people say different things, different versions of sociopaths. But some people, you know, they say it in movies all the time to the point where I don't know if it's actually true. People say the more people you kill, the easier it gets or whatever.
Yeah.
But Samuel Fuller one time said in an interview that it got harder for him when he was in the war and everything. He said it never got any easier. So, I don't know.
I guess this, of course, depends on the person.
Yeah. He talked about how he would freely had said all these things about how he could still see their faces and stuff. Like every one of them, he said that he was close enough to anyway, I guess. And I'm not sure, but it seemed like he was quite relatively prolific at doing it, so... The only thing that's funny, this guy is following to make sure it gets done. It's like, why don't you just do it?
Yeah.
You know? Like...
Yeah, I kind of thought that earlier.
Because it's like, well, we don't want it to be connected. It's like, well, he's still going to be present when it happens, so it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't know. Which here in a little while, he does leave him alone, I think. But... He just like turns and walks over there.
He's like, I'm just tired. Sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Was this a basketball game? You know, like,
Yeah.
And this guy was actually, we talked about earlier, Swiss. He wasn't even American.
Yeah.
The real actor. I
Right.
mean, he was a director. So now he's leaving him, yeah. Okay.
It's like, dropping your kid first day off at kindergarten. You're like,
You'll do well.
You'll do
like-
well. I believe in you. Can't wait to see you again.
We'll be right here. Like, nope. That guy, by the way, that left, he was that guy, that kind of director in Beware a Holy Whore. You remember?
Oh, yeah.
That Fassbender movie. And
Oh,
then
that's right.
He was also that one guy in Irma Vep who comes in to takes Jean-Pierre Léaud's place at the end. That was like a reference to Beware a Holy Whore because he was a big fan of that. Assayas was. But yeah, you don't even really have any speaking role in this, I don't think. Or not much of one, anyway. I think he's already got his hand on the gun, like, that'd wait a little while, but... This moment. Immediately bleeding.
I think I remember seeing talking about Beware of Holy Whore. I think I remember hearing Scorsese talk about the first time he ever met Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
It was like in the mid-'70s, right around the time probably a little bit before The Last Waltz would have been made, probably. And they were introduced, and like he already knew who he was a little bit as a director. He'd maybe done like Mean Streets or something.
Yeah.
And said like the first thing Bob Dylan ever said to him, like, knew he was a director, said, "Beware of Holy Whore." Fassbender, seen that? Good.
Yeah.
Right? And it was like,
yeah,
good.
Yeah.
But that was the first connection they made.
Yeah. Not my favorite Fassbender, I'll say that.
No, I didn't like it. Somebody who loves Bob Dylan and Martin Scorsese.
Yeah.
As somebody who loves Bob Dylan and Martin Scorsese, not a fan of Beware of Holy Whore.
Yeah, now I like...
I'm interested to get more into his stuff, but I'm not rushing out to do it either. I know.
Well, as far
There's
as...
so much of it, though.
Yeah, he was very prolific.
In the short amount of time he was around.
Yeah, he... now, I've seen Ali, Fear Eats the Soul. I think that's pretty great. Merchant of Four Seasons was kind of whatever. Fine enough.
Some of those TV projects he did look kind of interesting.
Yeah, I'd like to see those, and then at some point need to watch...
what was the sci-fi thing he did?
World on a Wire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like a TV thing too. And then at some point I'd like to watch Bitter Tears of Petra von Kant is another one. Marriage of Maria Braun. There's a lot of other stuff here that I want to see. But this is the part where he's just looking at him. Like, what are you doing?
So, what are you up to?
I said
young
the
man?
battle of fits right now is just like not a battle of wits, but a battle of fits.
Yeah.
He's playing it pretty smooth,
disease.
I gotta say.
Yeah.
Just kind of like, well, I don't know what you're looking at me for. It's almost a good cover to have hit your head, because it wouldn't be somebody you'd expect to do that. It would be,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What did Roger Ebert in his little review he wrote said that this is like one of the first movies where closed circuit TVs became a kind of a minor plot point. I think it was him who said that. I think he gave this like 3 out of 4 stars. I think yeah, it's fine. I guess.
I think it was also a retrospective review.
Yeah, sometime after.
Meanwhile. Got the gun out.
Yeah. Oh, don't mind me.
It's clear also that's what he's got under there.
I've got a rocket in my pocket.
How quickly he gets up.
Yeah. The 70s trench coat was just a whole thing.
Yeah. I feel like a filmmaker who would follow along in Muller's footsteps as far as certain ideas about color would maybe be somebody like random. I'm talking about this right now, but what's his name?
J.
Michael.
Roach.
No, Michael Hanukkah.
Yeah,
or Mikhail Hanukkah. Sorry, we got that down pat, and then I forgot.
I was going to mention
some of his earlier movies, like Seven Continent, Benny's Video, and 71 Fragments of Chronology of Chance, kind of look like this a little bit. They're more washed out, though. They're not as like vibrant. But
I meant to mention this earlier that this is a multi-language film, but is kind of officially our second foreign film, if you want to count it as such.
Yeah.
After Funny Games was first full. Again, this one's got multiple languages it's doing, so it's a little different, but. Some of this music here reminds me of some moments of Danny Elfman's score of Pee-wee's Big Adventure.
Yeah. It's like if you took that and the Third Man score and put it together or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does remind me of that. Look at the moon in that shot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, look at that. I think about that shot a lot, but how they even do that? Like, so yeah, this random guy here is Jean Eustache. I don't really know why. Like, oh, let's put him in this scene. Like, okay. Meanwhile, on the TV. His first movie that shows up on Letterboxd is The Mother and the Whore.
Okay.
It is 217 minutes.
Oh my gosh. Sounds like a fun kind of subject matter too.
Has Jean-Pierre Léaud in it.
What's the little description of it?
Aimless young Alexandre juggles his relationships with his girlfriend Marie and a casual lover named Veronica. Marie becomes increasingly jealous of Alexandre's fling with Veronica, and as the trio continues their unsustainable affair, the emotional stakes get higher, leading to conflict and unhappiness.
All right, then.
Sounds very fun. That director was also supposedly in Weekend.
Okay.
Is some random guy. I don't know. I don't remember a whole lot about that movie, so I was just like, yeah, no.
That's a movie I didn't love at the time, but would like to see again.
Oh yeah,
but,
I mean, I think about it every so often.
I've seen more Godard since then. But
I finally found some Godard that I'm like, oh, this isn't really bad.
Yeah, you're a big fan of
Contempt. I love,
yeah.
Genuinely really love that.
I've only seen Breathless once, but of course that's really good.
That's good, yeah. Viva sa vie, I think, is pretty good.
Now, I don't want to talk over this scene. As I said previously, this moment from this used to be my lock screen on my phone.
It's funny a way to transition between this and this next scene is just show him walking by out the window here.
What I really love too is how New York in particular is shot in this movie. Of course, New York has these huge skyscrapers and big areas and whatnot, but it just looks so big in this movie. Like,
here he is,
the man. I mean, what an introduction of. I mean, breathtaking. You say that all the time.
Well, you repeat that.
Like making a love show.
Yeah, I think that's like specifically a pornography ring or something.
And he's listening to the audio version. He was smiling there for a second.
Yeah. He's like, oh, now I must hide. We know what he's going to do under that coat.
But I know you had seen Pierre LeFou and kind of had cast some aspersions towards it, which I totally understand, frankly. Yeah. But I was like, I didn't not dislike that as much as I thought
better. I like that better the second time.
Yeah.
But also part of it was wrapped up in the experience of watching it. It was my first Godard. I was watching it with a bunch of people that loved it, and I clearly didn't.
Yeah.
And those were the people who...
Yeah, tell them about that.
All clapped for that movie rapturously and then booed Wings of Desire.
Disgrace.
And and I was that was like, I so loved that. Thought that was really great. Yeah. And they were all like, oh my God, I hate this, whatever.
Is that your personal favorite of Wenders movies?
It'd be that. I think it might be this.
Yeah.
Those are my two.
It's just constantly, I cannot truly figure out, and I've seen both of them multiple times, if Paris, Texas or Wings of Desire is better.
I've still only seen Paris, Texas once, so...
I mean, they're both, I think, 5-star movies. Those are his two best. Yeah. And if he would ever to walk back in here at any point, I'd make sure to tell him.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, we haven't gotten any email or text from him. I guess he really is busy. I mean, we're an hour in. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of a disappointment, but,
Well, I mean, if nothing else, we got that early interview with him. But...
Yeah, well,
What I really love about the duo, though, of Paris, Texas and Wings of Desire is Paris, Texas is so profoundly an American movie from a German's perspective, but it's still deeply American. Beautiful color, beautiful landscapes, and then Wings of Desire, is very clearly, I think that was coming after him spending his time here, making Hammett, making that.
This shot.
And it was like this big ode and love letter to being back in Germany, and clearly, him re-embracing black and white, obviously, after having spent some years making color films, but... But I'm truly baffled. How could anybody boo that movie? I fundamentally don't understand that. Wings of Desire, that is.
And it was very universally reviled, too. I can't think of very many people I knew that actually liked it. I know my friend Carla did. I think even my good friend Ryan was a little iffy on it. And he came around on it now, I think, but I don't know. It was just this is so clearly great. I don't know what y'all are doing or thinking. And I didn't actually know that there was Far Away So Close existed, and I just thought that the ending was more vague and just kind of oh, okay, to be continued. I didn't think anything about it. I was just oh, I love that, Plus, frankly, the movie's a kind of spiritual movie, and, people aren't going to be into that. Even if they are, religious, they're just no, I don't like movies like that. Which shows that they're not really religious in my mind, but whatever.
I love too in this scene. He said, "I envy you, like working with your hands. You clearly got this family," and that kind of speaks to this melancholy of his drifting existence. Ripley, that is, that he just doesn't have kind of this more stationary life that he would maybe like.
But yeah, and it's clear he's like feels bad. He's involved him in all that because you know.
Ooh, that classic movie.
Yeah.
Glaubst du einfach nicht. Meiner Meinung nach bist du aus einem ganz anderen Grund mit. Das ist ein anderer Grund. Das weiß ich. Erzähl's mir nicht.
I was thinking this week because I bought some coats online from eBay that'll be coming soon.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, man, I wish I lived somewhere where it was colder all more. Like,
yeah.
This.
Oh. The way he moves his hands, we were joking about this before. It's like he's distressed.
Yeah,
like,
it's like literally the world is ending. Like, yeah. But where I could wear layers more often because even in the winter time and fall, it doesn't feel cold enough here.
Yeah. Maybe for like a few weeks.
Yeah.
In January,
or it's
February.
A little chillier. I'll admit that.
Yeah.
But like, you know, never really gets that cold.
Yeah. Again, as I've talked about this with you personally, I don't think I'm on here, but as I get older, I'm like more and more like, yeah, colder weather. You know what? I'm fine with it. Like, and again, I like my fashion anyways a little better, longer sleeves. So
yeah,
and with coats and layers. So
I do too. I prefer that actually.
I can't remember the official names for this stuff. For some people, there is a genuine seasonal effectiveness or what is it, depression. You know what I mean? That associated with colder months for some people, and not for me. But
summer is another one for other people.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you don't hear people talk about that one as much, but yeah.
No, and I understand that, but they call that seasonal affective disorder.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like sequels always going to disappoint, you know.
Yeah. This isn't the Godfather Part 2 of murders.
Yeah, you're gonna enjoy the ride, all right.
But this is what I will do. What are you going to do about it? Like,
I'm playing pool now.
One of our favorite moments.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Shut up. Shut up. You have too much of a conscience.
Mm-hmm.
What? Shut up. That jumpsuit.
Yeah. With the hat. Yeah. That was the idea. As I understood it.
You couldn't pay me to leave my child alone with that man.
No.
The actor.
Couldn't you imagine after Hopper made his comeback, early to mid '90s, babysitting comedy?
Yeah,
where it's just you gotta look after her,
and he's when pillows fall, he's
he freaks out. Ooh, rah rah.
Of course, he'd give him that.
That laugh. One of the great laughs ever.
Because the last time I saw you, your behavior was so disgusting. You know what I mean?
Anyway.
Yeah. Some workers in my house today badly damaged one morning. I'll be home all day tomorrow. Maybe you can come by. No.
He's trying to get him out of going.
Yeah.
I don't live very far from here. No, tomorrow I have to make a trip.
Nice.
Exhales forcefully. So, why is this man in here with my child? Who told you could eat my cookies?
That's a duo that should work together. Schwarzenegger and Hopper. Schwarzenegger. Hopper. You know.
Yeah.
Thank you a lot for your present,
Anyways, leave my child's presence. Thank you.
Us listening to our podcast.
Yeah. This is literally the background of my
Yeah, I see it right now.
Desktop. Well, not desktop. Laptop.
That was a good transition.
Yeah.
Insert. It's actually been. I'm actually been really impressed rewatching this, thinking about his other films, how they meander and kind of, this is a very tight,
more focused, yeah,
very focused. Like I said, the transitions are really particular and specific, and they're very. It's weird because they're more mainstream, but they're also not something you would see in most movies like this to
Hollywood
transition
movies
that way. Yeah.
Time anyways.
When you open a package you get in the mail, and you're like, huh.
It's not exactly what the dimensions I thought, but okay.
And you just go, well, okay. That was me when I ordered Battleship Potemkin and instead got Marriage Italian Style. And at first, I thought it was so funny that I was like, oh, I'll keep it. And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, no, I'm not doing that. And sent it back, and they were like, okay. And sent me the movie I paid for.
Yeah. Contemplating suicide, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
There we go again.
Mm-hmm. My favorite moment's coming up. Oh wait, I finally realized what he actually said.
We thought for a long time he says "rat f" the German co-production.
Yeah,
but he says "wrap up."
Okay.
Oh well, revelation. Well, you know what? Let's just say what we thought it was.
Yeah.
Maybe again, if that was maybe they got it wrong on that. Maybe Vim could clear that up for us if he ever decide to show back up.
Yeah, I don't know. We're getting to the how long the point of no return. What a awful song. We were talking about this the other day, how bad Kansas is,
Yeah.
And yeah. Just no. The whole Kansas Sticks Foreigner Collective, no. Thank you. Goodbye.
It's one thing I think is pretty cool about Europe, or even more in the northeast of this country, is that trains and train travel. That's not something we have much. Obviously down here in the southeast.
Meanwhile.
Mm-hmm. This whole sequence is really well done in the train here.
Yeah.
He looks like he's in a bad way.
Yeah. Erstwhile.
Mm-hmm. Went to the potty.
Okay. Funny how he gets the gun out and they see him with it. It's
sorry.
like, oh crap, like, yeah. Meanwhile,
with the cig in his mouth.
Yeah, he was like, well, got a filter on it, not a European cigarette.
Yeah.
Or more than likely not, anyway. I had to fly in my own cigarettes, man. He looks like the Riddler or something.
Yeah.
Like...
You know, Paul Dano Riddler with the glasses?
Like, or like even...
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey's Riddler, like... Maybe he was the Zodiac. The Zodiac had glasses like that.
Yeah.
Now it looks like we're gonna have to finish this.
Here, yeah.
Kind of underrated. There's just, kind of a big shock in the movie. All of a sudden, he's just on the train too.
Yeah.
Like,
Ein Freund ist da drin. Der ist schlecht. Er ist ein Freund von uns. Ja. Knock 3 times if everything's okay.
You could have like moved your other hand over,
but no, he had to be a little, more dramatic about it.
So, okay. Anyway, these scenes where they're looking down, they said they shot in an actual train when they're looking down the corridor.
Yeah.
But the ones that are in the cabins, they filmed
in a studio.
Yeah. And some woman randomly like, I'll take a pill.
Yeah. He's like,
What's going on? What the hell's up? Well, look at his face.
Yeah.
Helicopter.
You see it.
Yeah, he really screwed that one up, didn't he? If only he were here, we
could have roasted him for it, but maybe he was too chicken. Maybe he knew that was coming up. He didn't want to deal.
Then he was like, "Oh, I'll leave a whole hour and a half early to make sure." Yeah, right.
You can tell that guy was just born to be a henchman.
Yeah. Like Dick Cavett or something.
Yeah.
He's coming right back.
It's a great shot.
Yeah. Movie looks really good, it turns out. When maybe one of the best cinematographers ever shoots it, it helps.
Where's the gun? Oh, no.
Well,
bye.
That was a quick one. We got a reference here to Shadow of a Doubt, sort of.
The guy has a awareness level 0.
Fahrtausweis bitte. Ja, sofort.
Well.
You put in the blue jacket.
Weird that he said a specific color of jacket.
Yeah.
You know, like, was there more than one jacket in there? Like this shot.
The insistence though on this guy, like, no, I gotta punch the ticket.
Punch a cord. Open the door.
Yo. Let's toss this fool. And you're getting dragged. This is what a Twitter drag looks like.
Yeah. Yeah, fall out. Yeah, sure.
Don't mind me. Tom turned out to be a friend, though. Like you said earlier, he was trying to make sure he didn't go, but then he made sure he was there to help him out.
Hey.
Okay.
Random shot of man drinking milk.
Yeah.
Looking for a man who was recently
currently drinking milk.
What? I got screwed up on that one.
That happens.
He's got a good fit too. He looks like some guy in a in the Godfather the game.
Yeah.
His suit. I don't know how to describe it, but like.
Reminiscent of the final shot of Alice in the City as far as train from far away.
Houseboat.
Yeah.
Houseboat vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Suttree? Is Suttree in there? Like, this would have been like about 22 years after or 21, 22 years after the ending of Suchery. So
yeah.
Hallo. I'm Jonathan's wife. Who are you? I cannot talk now. Sorry. Jetzt reicht's mir. Ich will wissen, wer das war. Vielleicht wieder dein Spezialist? Nein. Ich möchte jetzt endlich von dir die Wahrheit wissen. Wir kommen nicht wieder mit deinen Untersuchungen am Sonntag. Ich bin ganz sicher, dass deine plötzlichen Reisen mit den kriminellen Geschäften von Gantner und Ripley zu tun haben. Was machst du für eine Dreckarbeit? Was zahlen sie dir denn dafür? Ich halte es überhaupt nicht mehr aus, wie verlogen du hier durch die Wohnung schleifst. Ich bin mich von dir so allein gelassen und dermaßen hintergangen. Und weißt du, was am schlimmsten ist? Dass du deine Krankheit benutzt, um mich zu belügen. Ich will überhaupt nicht mehr wissen, was du machst mit deinem
American Friend. Yeah, early on, I wonder if she had thoughts that he was being unfaithful or having infidelities, but it seemed like she's more aware that there's some kind of crooked thing going on as far as breaking the law,
I want that light.
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, we already talked about it, but as a Canada Dry fan.
First selfie connoisseur.
Indian motorcycle shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I think he used to say about this is I want that photograph one time.
Yeah.
I bet Vim has some of all those somewhere.
Maybe he could,
if he were here, maybe we could ask him if he'd give us one. Because I'm sure the way that we treated him earlier, with such dignity and respect, he would clearly give us one.
From the jump, but maybe he's real sensitive, I guess. I don't know. He's like, why did I do that?
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
They didn't show them meeting; it just cut on to.
Is American Friend a Christmas movie?
How much time passes between the two events if the train doesn't change speed in between? Right? 4 minutes. I guess you want some of the money. Yeah, I don't want that. Nein, ist nicht so. Warum haben Sie nicht? I want to prevent a second murder.
I like denim jackets, I think, before this movie, but especially after seeing all the ones Dennis Hopper's wearing, I was like, yeah, I want that look.
I didn't know how insane Nino's plans were going to become.
Insane.
By the way, you did the job on the train alone. I don't want you to know. But I was there. You alone. You were wirklich nicht. I wouldn't know possibly what I could have learned from you. your friend.
Your American friend. It's previously established.
Friendship isn't possible.
It makes me feel very comfortable. Why did you spread this rumor that I am with one foot at the grave?
You know, that day that we were introduced to the auction, you said, yeah, I've heard of you.
I've heard of you.
You said that in a
Very nasty way.
Isn't that enough?
Isn't that enough to just like ruin lives?
I mean,
and implicate people in crime? Like, for him, it is. He's like, oh, I'll find any reason to do that. Like,
yeah.
Jetzt haben wir der in Paris und der in München. Sozusagen um ein Leben.
Da gewinnt keiner mal nie.
Das ist der Einsatz.
Du bist wahnsinnig.
Ich hab nichts dagegen.
Good talk.
Yeah.
I wonder how much of Wenders' own understanding of English, and this could be true of a lot of people, come through music.
Mm-hmm.
As a result of music. his flat may be empty, but
yeah,
we're going to see a flattened Paris, or not see it, but hear about a flattened Paris getting bombed. So he's lucky.
Jonathan. What's going on, Jonathan? What happened? They bombed my flat in Paris. All the war. Did you tell anybody about me? Huh? Something wrong in the train? Why are they after me? How can they know about me?
Probably just thought, oh, there's one suspicious Frenchman out there. He's probably the one behind it.
One of his bodyguards. What do you mean, we? Don't we? Don't we play?
No, the other Tom that we both know. Interesting. He's like, I'll let you live. Like,
Yeah, he's like, yeah. He's the one who should really be blamed. Ripley interfering.
I think I'm gonna run to the Commodus real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm actually gonna check and see if Vim came
Okay.
back. I thought I heard him, so I'll
Okay.
be right back.
All right.
You keep him entertained.
I will. I'll try. I was seeing a rotary phone. This reminds me, I was just talking with my girlfriend about this the other day. You know, those are so out of fashion now. I remember back in the 90s, even in the 90s when I was a kid, I think my great aunt and uncle, Arnold and Sarah, they had one old one, and I remember it being a whole labor to use. And that's just, even now, landline phones in general have started to go more and more by the wayside. But that's one of those things. We live in such a world now where we're content with mobile phones that very likely landline phones will go by the wayside, I imagine, except for businesses and whatnot. But now, of course, Ripley's scared his house was maybe broken into, or somebody's there waiting for him with a nice, surprise waiting. He's like, you got a gun, I got a pipe, we can do this.
I was just staying there. Because from here, you see anybody's approaching the house. Take care of it. Alright? Because we know somebody's going to show up, right? Who? What do I know? Me know the mafia? I'm on the roof with a gun.
What's the difference? People with guns who want to kill.
Anyway, I'm back. Vim wasn't there. I don't know. I thought I heard him, but
Maybe
so what happened? He just came over here now.
Yeah.
Yeah, excuse me. End of this movie's a little vague about who is actually doing what, but it seems like it's basically just that the mafia figured out who it was that was going after him, and they're like, all right, let's go do that. Let's go do that whole thing.
What a kind of dark, depressing looking house this
Yeah.
is, by the way. Got a jukebox, though.
Blood all over the jukebox. Okay.
That's all you really need. Cigarette keep you going.
His face.
Yeah. Well, we was talking about before too, the face of the guy that they get and slam.
Oh,
him
yeah.
down.
It's a really violent death, too.
Yeah.
Must be trying to bring the Beatles back to Hamburg here.
Mm-hmm. Get his merch. They got good resale value.
What? What are you talking about?
Rip was like, I need some new threads, you know?
Yeah.
Well, it's also about blending in and looking like
Yeah.
him, but also he's always looking for a chance to, flaunt new merch.
Oh, they got him. We know.
Yep.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Like, I can't abide that.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah. Glad some of that retains.
See, I was gonna ask him a little more about that.
Yeah.
But
well, maybe next time we do the American Friend and have him on,
Yeah.
If he's got the cojones to show, I mean.
Look, I'd be impressed if he even showed back up at this point. Else that woman was connected.
Yeah.
Just leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this moment here.
Yeah. Is that we did it?
Like
we won.
little 3-year-olds or something. Like. Is that like a tiki thermos? What is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how to drive.
Yeah. Needs a reminder, maybe, though.
The quote wifey.
Yeah.
Anybody that ever
bae.
used that term is just insane.
Mm-hmm. Looks like he's in trouble. He's getting picked up from school by his mom.
Yeah. Your friend when they're like, you're not invited over anymore. Like,
You can settle your problems tomorrow when you have plenty of time. We're in a lot of trouble. Help us. Maybe you can drive my car.
He's just going in madman mode because
Yeah.
he knows it's about all over.
beep 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 beep. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got it. I got this. Like, I don't think so. Even this has to end like a road movie. It's like, oh, they gotta go somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Just about that road life, that road grind, you know?
Yeah.
Just doing donuts now, so let's just have a good old time. Like, oh, what a beautiful sight. Times we've had. I'm just tired of it all. Bruno Ganz is. He's like, whatever. He got what he wanted.
You gonna leave him there? He's not even necessarily doing it to be mean either. He's just like, eh.
Yeah.
And she's like, what? Ultimate off-road.
Yeah.
If you're a long listener of this podcast, you'd know.
You already know.
It's not like Siriana is one of our least listened to pods. Like,
actually, according to Simplecast, is like I think maybe the most.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if it has something to do with the tag, how many variety of tags are associated with it. But yeah.
I thought it was the opposite.
No, actually, it's really good. Which is surprising.
Oh, there he goes. Old times.
Mm-hmm.
We made it anyway, Jonathan. Be careful. Pity that poor immigrant.
JFK just slightly behind that. I was looking. Intro has the most. But I guess they listen. They're like, enough of that.
Yeah.
That's just the easiest one to listen to. R.I.P. to Jonathan. Got stuck in a tough situation, but you know, I think he made the most of it. And then we get Pogosh one last time.
And it's like, what's this supposed to mean? Like,
it's like he knows. Like,
I mean, I don't know what it means, but I love it.
He's like, well, I'm waiting. Whenever he makes it back. So yeah, still one of my very favorite movies. Love it.
Yeah, it's
deeply.
really great.
I'm really hated Vim couldn't be here with us for most of it, but
yeah, it's a shame.
Yeah,
but that's what happens sometimes when you're a big shot, you know.
Yeah, when you're a big, I'm big shot director. I can.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was nice of him to at least make it.
Yeah, all that and all, but Tammy Fullers is just credited as the American, I guess.
Yeah.
Is that what that is? Freeze frame though, him walking across that bridge.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's The American Friend, directed by Wim Wenders, who we were, I guess, grateful enough to have earlier on in this podcast, but he peaced out a little bit ago, or some time ago now. Again, we had a lot of questions on kind of lined up for
Yeah,
him, but
I know. Yeah.
Nonetheless, he, I guess, decided his time would be better spent elsewhere. Go ahead and hit pause on this. But any new thoughts on The American Friend for you, Levi?
No, it's still just really great. So.
Yeah. It was like you said, something that stuck out to me too after having watched more of these road movies. The transitions and the sharpness of the style is a little bit more focused, I think, in a lot of ways, because it plays more in genre movie tropes a little bit more than say the road movies do. But so that's The American Friend. But Jeff Probst, what have we got next week?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Nobody did shit to me,
Which one of you guys got the money?
man, we ain't got no money,
Empty your
man.
pockets out, the two of you.
Come on, man. What is this, man?
Empty your pockets. Let me see it.
Fuck, we wasn't black. You be doing this shit, man. I did what? I did what, man?
Nobody
do shit to you, man. Arrest him.
Lieutenant, sir, the owner says they stole cash from the register.
The owner's
He was
full.
chasing
Come
him
on,
down
shut
the block.
the fuck up!
He was chasing him down the block when I caught up with him.
Get me a bud, a high boy. Don't you fucking call. I'll straighten this out.
That's him. That's him.
How much did they take?
Arrest
How
him.
much did they take?
Arrest him.
How much did they take?
$500.
You're fucking lying, man.
Nobody took shit.
Take this guy down to the precinct and write a report.
All right, you have to come with me, sir.
I know.
Just
I know.
relax. Just
No,
relax.
I don't want to
It's gonna
go.
be okay. Just relax.
No. Give me the fucking money now. Get the fuck out of here.
That clip you just heard is, of course, from Bad Lieutenant from 1992, directed by Abel Ferrara. We're skipping some time here yet again.
Yeah, skipping the 80s.
Yeah, skipping the 80s. And there are some good crime movies here and there in the 80s, of course. But
we'll maybe get to them some other time. But
Bad Lieutenant's a movie that I know immediately made an impression on me. I'd actually seen King of New York a little bit before that, and I really like that movie a lot too. That is a little bit more of a kind of conventional genre movie, I would say, than even Bad Lieutenant is. I think Bad Lieutenant is, the subject matter and certainly the performance of Harvey Keitel is going for just being more than purely a genre movie and going for this kind of huge, kind of big artistic statement to the head in many ways. That whole movie feels like a sledgehammer being taken to your head.
Yeah, it feels like very much like he took a lot of inspiration, obviously, from Scorsese. I think his other movies before that clearly were in maybe style and kind of what the movies were about, but the kind of central conflict of Bad Lieutenant reminds me a lot of Who's That Knocking at My Door or Mean Streets, some of those kind of other Keitel roles, matter of fact, of this kind of religious guilt associated with the actions that these people take in these movies. And so it is still very much, it's not on the level of action obviously found in something like King of New York, or even what I've heard of Miss 45, or some of those other movies where it's not as much of that, but it still has some of those things, and it's just very much a kind of reminds me of Menace to Society in a certain way, as far as taking you, this one character, on this whole roller coaster ride. It's only over a few days, though, I think, so it's not as long. But is in the tradition of a lot of those ideas. But is very impactful and very powerful movie, I think.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of pretty big risks, and I'm pretty sure this movie wouldn't have worked if not for Harvey Keitel.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole movie's kind of draped around his performance. Yeah. And the very same year as something like Reservoir Dogs, which obviously it wasn't like that whole movie wasn't a quote career comeback for him in the same way that other Tarantino movies were for others, but it certainly just is a reminder. Oh, by the way, Harvey Keitel, this talent who sometimes got glazed over, I think, after the emergence of, say, Robert De Niro came about. but gives an incredibly, memorable, powerful performance in Reservoir Dogs, but even more so in Bad Lieutenant, and just the sheer shamelessness of that character, but also his sheer force of will to try to, if not get a redemption for himself, a redemption for others.
Yeah, and I think, and he would go on in the rest of the 90s. He would be in Pulp Fiction, obviously. He, I think, was in some of those Paul Auster movies, Smoke, and some of those other more independent movies, and kind of continued to do so even through now, up until, obviously, was in some more recent Wes Anderson films. He was in The Irishman.
Yeah.
So he's clearly still had a career, but he always seems like somebody who kind of always flirted with having a more, just a bigger career, but never really got that exactly. But I feel like this and Bad Lieutenant and Reservoir Dogs are kind of his two biggest things.
And he really does give the performance of a lifetime in Bad Lieutenant. And it's one of those things that this was commented on at the time that I don't think I don't know if he received a Best Actor nomination or he just didn't. I have to look up again real quick what the nominees were that year, but it might have been the year of Malcolm X as well. 92, I believe, was. Let's see what the other nominees this year were for actor. I'm curious. Al Pacino ended up winning for Sin of a Woman. Robert Downey Jr. was nominated for Chaplin. Clint Eastwood for Unforgiven. Stephen Ray in The Crying Game, and Denzel Washington in Malcolm X. Eastwood and Washington in particular, I think, are pretty great out of that list. And I love Al Pacino, but that whole role has a little bit of a stigma attached to it. But, I mean, I'd say, other than maybe Denzel and Malcolm X, I'd say, Keitel just really gives it all and bears it all, no pun intended, in that movie. So, look forward to talking about that next week.
Stephen Ray would have been my pick.
Oh, Vim, glad to have you back.
Well, thanks for interrupting our conclusion here. But
so, what were you up to,
We
Vim?
haven't seen The Crying Game, by the way.
No, I'd like to.
Yeah,
I've heard it's good.
It's quite good. Some other people quite literally bear it all in that.
Indeed. If we ever do The Crying Game, Vim, maybe we can have you on and talk about it. So, again, where were you, Vim, in the midst of all this?
Well, actually, I was on the phone with our old friend, my old enemy.
Frenemy,
Francis Ford.
Oh, is that right?
Count Coppola. And he was actually asking if I would like to be an assistant director on Megalopolis.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's a movie we've talked about a little bit on in the past that he's been developing for some years.
So you said yes, right?
Hell no, absolutely not.
Yeah, that'd be a little bit of a downgrade for you anyway.
Yeah,
to be
that does seem a little insulting, I'll admit. It's like probably almost as insulting as if you went on a podcast and people kind of, treated you poorly.
Mm-hmm. It's comparable.
Yeah. Or if like somebody did a bad impression of you the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, part of the time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, I would see. But I did at least give him the idea to, take the script and shove it up his,
Yeah, and he must say he probably is a big one, though he has lost weight in recent years, which is good for him. Any other thoughts? We had all these things we were going to ask you, Vim, but sorry to say we've run out of time.
Actually, one question. Oh, wait, he just left again. I was actually going to ask him a question, but
he did leave a little sticky note here. Thanks, fellas, for inviting me on the pod. Sorry, I wasn't here for the audio commentary.
This looks a little like grease stained. It looks on the back. It says he went to Windy City Grill.
Yeah.
Where quote, everyone knows your name.
Maybe he wanted to get back there to reconnect with people he had maybe met.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was here all this
anyway, well,
again, it was a pleasure to have Vim on the pod. we hope to maybe have him back someday.
I guess that's why he was gone so long, because he went all the way down to Windy City Grill. I mean, that's like a half hour it take to get there,
and then another half hour back, an hour to reminisce.
So what did he do? Talk to? Well, like, I find this strange, first of all, and kind of disrespectful that he would have like taken the time to go all the way down there.
Well, nonetheless,
it didn't sound like the Coppola call took that long. I must say, and he wasn't even getting a call when, like you said, when he left. Let's go over it again.
Mm-hmm.
So as he was leaving, because I want people to understand this clearly. I don't want there to be any ambiguity about this. He was leaving. There was nothing to indicate his phone was ringing.
Yeah.
Nothing to indicate he was going to make a call. He went back and forth of yes, no about whether he was going to call or get a call.
And by the way, he had a Teletubbies lock screen. I just want to make that clear.
Yes.
That was seen
with
on his
the
phone.
vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, right.
Which is one of my favorite characters in the Teletubbies franchise.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know.
Well, again, I'm kind of disappointed that he wasn't here, but we got a good little interview of him, I think, towards the beginning.
Yeah, and it was just great to meet him and see him in the room and see those glasses and see that hair and all that craziness, you know, just that old gag.
So again, if you're listening to this later, Vim, it was an absolute pleasure to have you on. We hope to have you on again.
And it's clear that you were definitely here and that this wasn't some
big elaborate
you played some sort of joke on us, but no joke was clearly played on our part. We were totally sincere and respectful the whole time.
Absolutely.
So definitely.
We love you, Vim. Godspeed and God bless.
And be back for Bad Lieutenant. You all, not Vim.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if he shows back up, maybe, I don't know. But
yeah,
I doubt it.
I mean, we got an open door policy here. If he ever wants to show back up, the door's open.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you for the ticket, Delvin. Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.